don't have Ladonna just yet.
All right, we are broadcasting.
Okay, and the link has been sent to Ladonna, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we're just waiting for her and then we'll have captioning. Yeah, you're going to be sitting up here.
I
know. And please everyone sign in for this session, including the panelists. You can also win the most sessions attended.
I don't know if anybody.
Oh, she's here.
Okay.
Finalize some of our technical issues and we'll get
Hey,
started.
Ladonna, thank you for rejoining us. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Okay, can you guys hear me now?
We have Ladonna, I believe.
Yes, Ladonna.
Yes, hooray! Oh, we're all together.
Ta-da!
Yay, thank you.
Okay, I'm muting again, so yell at me.
And I'm going to switch places with Jason. Yes?
Yes.
Hi, Jason.
Hi.
Thank you for joining us. I'm trying to get our camera adjusted, but I'm standing in front of it. Here comes the slut. Trouble making little whore. Her hair falling off, her arms falling off. Where are you? I can't come with you right now. Okay, Jessica. All right, so we need Lisa. There's Lisa. Lisa, can you please sit in the middle chair here, and then I can make sure that we're. That means you can't escape. You are trapped here forever, ever.
Back to everybody. Can you see them on the screen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pull up my barrier.
You can sit wherever. I was just trying to get us. It's okay. It's okay. Or you can sit here. Sit like over. We can sit on the wall. Slide to after. I can slide just to the middle. I can put it over here. Can you turn her towards? Oh, you're just getting her hands on. Okay. She's just getting ready.
Okay.
It's definitely the most exciting. Hey, live stream, how do you like her?
No.
Lisa. Yeah, I'm gonna pop over there real quick, and then I'm gonna pop back over here because I am your moderator, and I will be. Okay, I will be back in 1 minute, and then we're getting started.
Or should we get like, hey Sarah, could you get that light switch right next to it?
Brad, does that make our positions aren't too dark, do you think? I think so. Or is there a light up there too? Okay.
Do we have a light in here that we did shine on?
Nope.
Her yeah, she's got the doorway behind her, so you can't make her. I could have made her out there for. There's no door. Or you can shut the door.
There's no door. Yeah, I think that we need to stay light for them to be able to see us, but then when Jason's presenting, we can turn the lights off here so that we can see Jason on the screen. Does that make sense? But can they see us, or can they see us as much as we can see us? They can see exactly what we're right. So, I see what you're saying. We're really washed out. Jason, are we really washed out? Can you see, how are you viewing us? Okay.
You guys are fine, I think.
Okay, thank you.
This is not going to look as colorful as the actual US.
Sorry.
It's okay. It's not you. You could have said in your posture. Would she look better if we got her closer to this during the car? Just for one person's purpose?
It is.
If you want to get her, we'll show you the title. I don't want to take a picture of that. That's it. I'll be appropriate. Yes.
Yeah. I think it's good. Hey, Jessica is in our Google Hangout too. The audio sounds distorted. That's because we are not yet started and both of our locations are talking at the same time. So what we're going to need to do is when I start talking here in a minute to moderate, we're going to need Augusta to mute your mic, please. And Jessica, if you have a mic that is not muted, please mute your mic as well. That will help the sound to not be distorted so LaDonna can get a good sound feed to do our captioning. Excellent. Thank you, Augusta. Thank you, Jessica. Thank you, LaDonna. Okay, I think we're ready to roll. Are we ready to roll? Are we ready to roll?
Yeah.
Okay. Excellent. Welcome. I'm here. Okay. So welcome to the 2016 UMA Interdisciplinary Student Conference. This is our Identity, Intersectionality, and Social Media panel. LaDonna, good luck typing up intersectionality every time we say it. I am Sarah Hinches. I'm the moderator for this session. I have a few quick announcements before we get started. So this session is being broadcast via Google Hangouts 2. You can find that link on our conference website. Presenters and audience members are located in Augusta, Bangor, and online, so welcome to everyone who is there. Please do sign in physically in your room, or if you'd like to sign in via Twitter, please go ahead and send us a tweet there. Additionally, the session is live captioned, so we're asking panelists to speak one at a time, to position yourself in front of the camera. I think we have mostly got that under control, and to the microphone. Please, when there are questions, please repeat the questions before answering them. Any online members, again, welcome, and we've already worked out in keeping the microphones muted. Again, we're doing a most sessions attended award, so don't forget to sign in. And also live tweet, we've got a lot of action happening on Twitter. It's great. So we will be using that hashtag UMAINT. And we will get started. So we are going to be starting with Carly Kaluki. Oh, sorry, I also want to mention that we are doing a live Twitter chat in addition to our hashtag UMAINT. Jessica Edney is leading a live Twitter chat at UMAINT chat. So we'll be doing that with some questions that Jessica will pose, and then also anything that's related to what's happening during our panel. So here we have, I'll introduce everyone and then we'll go one at a time. So we have Carly Kaluki here, who will be talking about who is she. You might see who she is. She's standing next to me. Jessica Bishop will then talk about the personal is still personal. Lisa, I don't think I've ever said your last name out loud. Sorry, I was right, okay. We'll be talking about intersectionality, solutions for assimilation. And then we have Jason Palmer, who is in Augusta, social media and happiness. So again, when Jason's speaking, we'll mute our mic over here so we don't distort the sound when Jason is telling us all about social media and happiness, which we're all experiencing right now. So without further ado, Carly, who is she?
Okay, well, she is from a project from my Intro to Women's Studies class for Student Substance, which was kind of like a conference-esque thing that we did earlier in the semester. She's kind of like, you would say, a social experiment to an extent, but I made her to be hard to look at, and I just wanted people's responses in that. So my idea was to film people, which a lot of you guys were there, at the Student Substance, and their responses to her. I asked questions like, how does she make you feel, and why does she make you feel that way? It went really well. I got a lot of participants, and I, although checking with like people and my camera, like making sure it's gonna work, the audio was not there. So that didn't work out very well. So we had just like to think of something else to do with her. So I just wrote something that I had to write for another class for the conference, something about her, and I guess I can read it since I have 10 minutes. So it's part of the UMA Beats project. Okay, so who is she? A slut, whore, skank, or hoe. Is she a girl, woman, mom, wife? Is she your friend, acquaintance, sister, neighbor? What makes her who she is? She is an individual. She is a person. She is just like you. But these descriptors, the descriptors that you give her, they make her who she is. She could be a model, a teacher, a friend, an enemy. How she is seen to the world is how she begins to see herself. One can only build themselves up so much before the surrounding forces tear them down. My girl, a mannequin, who I decorated to be seemingly hard to look at, was put in front of an audience. Oh, it's really dark. I don't remember what I wrote. An audience of people who were given the choice to talk about her. So my strategy was to ask individuals simple, open questions such as, how does she make you feel, and why does she make you feel that way? So as you can see, my girl is wearing red lacy lingerie and a pantsuit. You guys might not be able to see the pantsuit. She has pants around her ankles, and her blazer is unbuttoned. She is marked up with demeaning words such as skank, slut, and cunt, also worthless, whore, etc. And she has markers on her body for where she should get plastic surgery to make her body more appealing. Some individuals steered really clear of my girl. They looked at her from a distance. Obviously, she's hard not to look at. That was the idea. And other people approached her. People were really puzzled. They stared at her concerned. If their staring went on for a couple seconds with no comment, then I initiated a conversation with them, and I asked them if they wanted to talk about my girl. Most people, obviously, would say were uncomfortable, and they were concerned about what I meant by talk about her, because my guess is they didn't want to say the wrong thing or really say anything, since she's, you know, difficult to look at. But once I told them that I'd be asking them questions about her, they were a little bit more willing to talk about her. Some people weren't that willing to talk about her still, and then when I told them the questions, they were more willing, and then there were other people that were just like, hands down, no thank you. So, the intention of my girl was to make people uncomfortable, and I wanted to just, like, the display of her is kind of how, not all, but like a lot of girls are seen or spoke about on a daily basis, though it might not be things that we're aware are happening. So the things written on the girl and how she was displayed are ways that other girls are subjected to daily, though this is not in your face. So many people ignore how girls, women, females, however you'd like to put it, are treated. And I just wanted to make my girl really straightforward with the ways that females are labeled and seen on a daily basis. And it's kind of a way for people to not be able to ignore these descriptors that are often given to girls, but instead be faced with it. And that's basically it.
I'm moderator. Thank Thank you, Carly.
Thank you, Sarah.
We'd love to hear more about the project. And we also have a packet on both physical locations where we have a variety of writing that Honors 300 students did, so including what Carly just presented as well with the really cool graphics and everything. So excellent. Next, we have Jessica Bishop, and she will be a graduating interdisciplinary studies major for spring. Yay! Not that we want to see her go, but we want to see her move on to bigger and better. Yes. Okay. So Jessica is going to be talking about how the personal is still political. So, thank you, Jessica.
First, I want to say hi to Augusta and Jessa, who thank you for being here. So what I'm going to be talking about today is something that there's a lot more detail and everything that I had to take out because I only had 10 minutes to talk. But the open letter that I wrote is in the packet that is on both locations. And then there's also a video from Women's Voices Readathon that I think has been uploaded to YouTube, Sarah? Not yet? No? Okay, well, one day. So Jessica can check that out online. All right. Interdisciplinarity was not only our academic theme for the school year, but is central to women's studies. It is also crucial for life. As an interdisciplinary studies student, I have learned just how important this work is. Simply put, interdisciplinarity is finding new ways to put subjects together. The world, our societies, politics, and our consumer culture are in need of brilliant minds that can think between different academic disciplines. Crossing different disciplinary boundaries push the mind to think creatively and critically while developing communication and analytical skills. In doing so, you are immersing yourself in a range of knowledge that will provide different and more extensively valued strengths. Working across the curriculum broadens the mind and better enables you to handle the problems we must solve while navigating the spaces we occupy in life and enables us to find a more liberating approach to these problems. Perhaps by applying interdisciplinary concepts to our actions, we may then discover what the phrase, "the personal is political," truly means. The personal is political is a uniting slogan from the late 1960s used by second-wave feminists to emphasize the connections between personal experiences and grander political structures. Originally, this phrase challenged the idea of the nuclear family and similar values. This phrase opens up social matters that are also personal to a political discussion. Before starting my college experience in 2011, I was a homeschooled, shy, and intimidated girl who was taught to love and trust everyone. I went through many traumatic experiences growing up, a lifetime of abuse, and while at college I had my trust broken repeatedly. Through the help of my studies and my professors, I was able to find inner strength. I learned to put up a guard, not to keep others out, but to protect myself. However, while still learning how to use these important tools taught to me by my school, my trust was broken again. While working for a community organization that prides itself on being the backbone of Bangor, I was sexually harassed for months by a fellow employee. He singled me out as a victim of abuse and tried to take advantage of me. His disgusting behavior kept escalating and escalating, all while he was supposed to be leaving the company. But when he changed his mind and decided to stay, my dearest friend and mentor empowered me to come forward. Much like that famous quote by Maggie Kuhn, I think that's how you say her last name. Speak your mind even if your voice shakes. My mentor taught me to stand strong in truth and that I deserved justice even when I'm trembling in fear. I came forward, I reported his perverse behavior. Those in charge said they believed me, that they understood, that they wanted him fired, but ultimately they could not do what justice called for. Instead, when he said he'd sue me for defamation of character if they fired him over this, they listened to him. They gave him my identity. They called him out on his lies, but did not fire him. Weeks went by before I was ever informed of his threat. I was only told this because the CEO considered me ungrateful for the amount of attention she had given to my sexual harassment case. They considered me too fragile to handle a court case and said he would crucify me in court, even though I had the truth on my side. The CEO tried to silence me. She told me not to talk about this with anyone, especially not my dearest friend and mentor that was helping me through this. She told me I could see a counselor, but shouldn't breathe a word of this to anyone else. I stayed with the company to fight them on this issue. It wasn't until another male in the company propositioned me for sex that I decided to leave the company and save my energies for school. It's interesting that it's not a male CEO who was holding up the patriarchy in my situation. It was a female CEO who chose to follow societal norms and blamed me as a female for my harasser's actions. Because of intersectional feminism, I was able to see the connections between this personal issue and the political situation. I took what I learned from my classes, such as feminist theory, and applied it to my ambitions, which kept me moving forward. Contextualizing and analyzing our experiences is important, for we can then apply an interdisciplinary approach to solve our problems. A lot of the problems I personally face are political problems, for they are a result of a systematic oppression. This goes for women everywhere as well. We are constantly told that we are stupid, weak, hysterical, angry, because we're on our periods, asking for it, or we're bossy as opposed to being leaders. This stereotyping harms women and is embedded in our culture. A lot of the bad situations we find ourselves in stem from gender depression and massive structural inequalities. This fact alone tells us that the personal is still political. What I experience is political. How do we solve this problem? As a collective, we can analyze the structures that oppress marginalized groups, use interdisciplinarity to find solutions and make way for political activism in a variety of realms, including taking to the streets or taking to social media. Through social media, I've been able to connect with other women who have been through similar situations and have been able to unite with them. I have been able to find hashtags that connect me to other groups, such as #ComeForward, #about the girls, Yes All Women, and You Okay Sis. Reading these other stories have helped empower and teach me. Mostly, by reading these stories, I didn't feel isolated, and I knew I didn't do anything wrong. The victim blaming by the CEO held no power in my mind any longer. In Sarah's WGS 101, we have been using social media to learn about feminism, gender, sexuality, and all of the other important personal and political issues and how they are intersectional. We share articles that move, empower, teach, and raise awareness. We've taken to Facebook and Twitter to share the knowledge we're learning in class. 3 years ago, I helped Sarah establish a social media platform for her Introduction to Women's Studies classes. We are still going strong with this experiment, as all of you have been live tweeting today know. Jessa has taken over that role, and she has done such a beautiful job at making what was just a little seed blossom into something greater. And I'm working with Jessa to reach out into other social media spaces like Tumblr so that I can continue to build my personal and political foundation for creating change. Besides the support I received from the school and my mentor, writing is what helped me through the sexual harassment case. I wrote an open letter calling attention to the injustice and sexism I received. I believe it is attached in one of the packets being passed out today. I am finding that through social media I am able to get my voice heard a lot quicker and easier as opposed to conventional methods. The tools I have learned from the school and my mentor have helped me to strengthen that wall we all must build for ourselves, to protect ourselves from different forms of malicious and perverse people. In my daily interactions, I've noticed I stopped apologizing for thinking and having opinions and started living the "fuck the patriarchy" slogan. To my sexual harasser, watch out, I will not cater to a system of silence. Sometimes I may tremble, but my voice will be heard.
Thank you, Jessica. I just want to remind us that we are also doing the live chat, UMA INT chat, that full hashtag. And so as we're doing that and as you're watching this presentation, we can also take questions via that Twitter, which I'll be paying attention to as we get into the question section. So now, Lisa, I know she is very excited to do her presentation for us, and we're very excited to hear it. Intersectionality, Solutions for Assimilation. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you. I'm going to read a paper that I did for Sarah's WGS 305 class titled Square Pegs in Round Holes, Intersectionality and Assimilation. We instinctively label everything. It is human nature to categorize, classify, or compartmentalize all that initiates sensory stimulation. Since we first learned to speak, we have attempted to identify, albeit inaccurately at times, what does not fit into our schemas or frames of reference. We say dog when it is really a cow, horse, or elephant. As human beings, we have the ability to adapt. We assimilate and form stereotypes to create tenuous connections among disparate concepts. Intersectionality, or overlapping identities, empowers us to rise above assimilation and cast off the one-size-fits-all attitude. Elizabeth Schussler-Lorenza coined the term kyriarchy which she defines as a complex pyramidal system of an intersecting multiplicative social structures of subordination and superordination of ruling and oppression. This is a kinder, gentler form of patriarchy. As in response to that, Kimberly Crenshaw is credited with the term intersectionality, which she defines as a concept often used in critical theories to describe the ways in which oppressive institutions, racism, sexism, homophobia, transphobia, ableism, xenophobia, classicism, etc., are interconnected and cannot be examined separately from one another. Part of my research was reading, and this was actually an assignment in class, Rebecca Carroll's Sugar and Raw, Voices of Young Black Girls in America, in which she chronicles the story of several young women. The one that spoke to me most was a young woman named Sophie. She was adopted into a white family at 2 years of age. Sophie became immersed in the white culture. She grew up around upper middle class white people. I don't mean just any old white, I mean young club white. And that was a very confusing experience. The reason this spoke to me was I'm from Cape Cod, Kennedy Compound. I've seen these people, so I have a definite picture in my mind of what these people look like. Although Sophie was adopted into a white family, it was difficult, if not impossible, for her and her peers to accept it. She knew her inner self did not dovetail with her outer self. She recalls that, I denied my image in the mirror. In fact, if I could help it, I didn't look in the mirror because I was afraid of what I saw. I didn't think the color of my skin matched up with who I was. None of it made any sense to me at all, particularly when I arrived at the yacht club with my racket in hand and everyone looked at me like I was from another planet. Sophie was enmeshed in a lifestyle and culture that had always felt foreign to her. In many ways, it was unsettling and caused her great discomfort. It was as though she'd been walking for many years in shoes that were a size too small. High school was the catalyst Sophie needed to acknowledge and embrace her identity. Metaphorically, she was able to test the waters. She, quote, instigated being black completely on my own and felt fairly safe at doing it. Being black as a concept was okay. After accepting what being black could mean for me, the rest was about undoing the fear my parents had instilled in me. I had to undo their classicist and elitist way of thinking. Sophie had taken the first of many steps on her long journey of self-discovery, developing a sense of self-awareness, which helped her become comfortable in her own skin. The world has grown smaller. We are a global community, and we can travel anywhere we wish at any time. We are not saddled with remaining in one place forever. Many of us take jobs in another state while some relocate to another country where their employment requires it. When such a relocation takes place, we can get the feeling we are outside looking in. It is not uncommon to feel like a passive observer rather than an active participant. For those who were born in one country and relocated to another, they can sometimes feel as though they are in limbo. Elizabeth C. Lung recounts a similar experience in her essay, My Country Is Not a Thee. With a dry wit and a sarcastic tone, she documents her experience of moving from Hong Kong to America when she was 4 years of age. Lung was old enough to know her native language, culture, and customs, yet her, quote, teacher was gracious enough to correct and reprimand me for mispronouncing my own surname. I suppose my teacher, Mr. Smith or Taylor or whatnot, probably knew better. He was, after all, American, and he was a man. Here she points out the socially constructed concept of male privilege in America and a cultural norm from Hong Kong, the homeland, where women defer to men. In this essay, Lung addresses sexism, patriarchy, and white privilege throughout American history. She recalls that she sat there attentively and learned how the white man, Columbus, was a great hero for discovering America, and how John Hancock and some 50-some-odd other great white men blessed our nation with the Declaration of Independence. I also learned how the great white men of America have been kind enough to educate the wretched countries of the Third World with the glories of democracy and capitalism. One is left to wonder why great white men are the only ones exalted in the history books for their accomplishments. Who and where were the great white women? Were there Asians? She realizes that, quote, there were no noteworthy Asians or women involved in the Battle of Bull Run, the Emancipation Proclamation, or the invention of the light bulb. In her search for identity, Lung becomes a woman without a country. Unable to assimilate fully into either culture, she does not consider herself Asian, nor is she American. Lung is suspended is in suspended animation, a liminal state known as Asian American. According to Lynn Weber, quote, group inequality exists because the privilege and power of some is directly tied to the oppression of others. Powerful groups gain and maintain power by exploiting the labor and lives of others. Capitalism was founded on the principle that the wealthy ride upon the backs of the less fortunate. Whether poor and white, poor female and Hispanic, poor and homosexual, or disabled and transgender, the wealthy will reap benefits from the toils. Kiriarchy does not care about skin color, sexual orientation, disability, income level, or age. It continues to thrive by feeding upon the marginalized masses. Social justice is our best defense against predation from this omnivore, and intersectionality is the ammunition because, quote, scholars focusing on the intersections of race, class, gender, and sexuality have begun to analyze social life by taking into account all dimensions simultaneously, and through these complex analyses to empower people to challenge and overcome injustice centered in race, class, gender, and sexuality. Social justice and activism brings people together as a unified force without compromising their individuality. Once we identify that which we fear or do not understand, it loses its power over us. However, history has taught us that labeling can be counterproductive. If intersectionality is a collage affixed to the fabric of society, then Kiriarchy is the glue that holds these isms in place. Sophie, Elizabeth Lung, and Lynn Weber may seem like square pegs. However, they realize that they do not need to exhaust themselves by trying to fit into the round holes created by a male-dominated white supremacist society. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lisa. I know that our students are always so nervous to present, right? But we have so many excellent students all the time. And we're going to shift over to another one of our excellent students in Augusta, Jason Palmer. So Jason is going to be talking about some of his research with social media and happiness. So Jason, as soon as I'm done talking, I'm going to mute our mic until you're done talking so that we don't interrupt your feed. And if there's anybody joining us here on Google Hangouts, please make sure your mic is muted because it kind of messes with our audio. Thank you. Okay, Jason, take it away.
Well, I'm Jason Palmer, and what I did is I started this last semester. I looked at social media and its effect on happiness, and basically I wanted to know about it because the society that we live in today is full of social media. Facebook, Twitter, Tumblr, Instagram, you name it, it's out there. And when I grew up and went to high school in the mid-90s, we didn't have any of that. So I wanted to know what people felt for happiness now versus what they felt back then. One of the ways I did this is I used the Oxford Happiness Questionnaire, which has 29 questions to it, and some of the questions are reverse scored, and they range from I feel happy in my life, I feel like I'm in control of my life, and you either strongly agreed with the question, moderately disagreed, kind of neutral, all the way up to strongly agree with the question. What I found out in researching it is that approximately 86% of people in the U.S. use social media as adults, and 79% of the people in Europe as adults use social media. So there's really no way to find out anybody that hasn't used social media before, to kind of use it as a control group to find out if they're happier than those people that actually do use social media. Like I said, for many teens and adults now, it's a stable fixture in life. We're using Google Hangouts as a form of social media. I don't know anybody that doesn't have a Facebook account, or so even my own kids, both my daughters have Facebook accounts, which I can't believe, because when I grew up, it was the corded phone that you just had to talk on, and you couldn't put 3 people or 4 people on the phone at the same time talking. You kind of had to call one person and hang up and call another one. Some studies that have been done, one in particular with Twitter, looked at negative word usage in Twitter and found out that as the negative words increased, the happiness on Twitter had decreased. So it showed that there was a negative correlation between the two. There were certain studies done by on Facebook about college-age females living on campus and how their happiness had decreased because of their use of social media, and that everything that they did was on social media. It also was found that social support, such as family and friends, for people that were using a lot of the internet or social media, such as gaming, stuff like that, actually their happiness and their social support had gone down also. So what I did is I wanted to know specifically, since happiness is regarded as one of the measurements in life, our quality of life, if it had a negative impact on happiness if more we use social media and kind of the regards to the internet. Well, like I said, I used the Oxford Happiness Questionnaire, and what I did is I added age and sex into the equation, because for Facebook anyway, it's limited at 13. So you can't really go lower than 13 to kind of find out. I mean, I know there are kids that are on Facebook that are under 13, but with their parents' permission. But I really didn't want to go lower than an adult, because that's where most of the studies I had found had been conducted. Right now, I had about 30 people that I interviewed, and the Oxford Happiness Questionnaire scores out at about a 1 to 6. 1 being that you're pretty much depressed and you need to probably seek some clinical help, to 6 being that you're like utopian type happy. I found out that most people are at about 3, 3.5 on the scale, which means that they're moderately happy, or they're at least to a point in their life where they weren't unhappy, but they weren't truly happy. Basically, the best thing that we can do is, as a society, start looking at how much we use internet and not actually interact with human-to-human contact. I think that human-to-human contact is very, very important. But social media is a fixture. It's how people talk to each other. I do Facebook with my friends from the military and from high school that have gone on into either other states or other countries, and that's how I keep in contact with them, because frankly, it costs too much to call them on the phone. So I use social media, and as it's intended, that's probably its intended purpose to start with, and not where it's at now, where people are being bullied online, and that they don't feel necessarily good about themselves. So to really actually find out if this would work, that there is an actual negative correlation, there would have to be 2 study groups. One that would be no social media use, and one that was allowed to use social media, and find out which group was actually happier. And unfortunately, due to time constraints and everything like that, that just wasn't possible. So I graded only people that were on social media, and that's where probably I would need to find out the other portion of things. But for right now, it's pretty much a moderate, not happy, but not unhappy.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Jason. I know it's interesting to think about social media and happiness and intersectionality all being a part of the same kind of panel and discussion, right? Thinking about these big ideas and these big words and theories and things that we might explore in social media. And that was one of the tweets that Jessica sent out for conversation on our Twitter chat, is to think about how do we explore something like intersectionality via social media. But we have all sorts of things that we can consider and talk about and ask our panelists. So we will keep the mics open, but one person talking at a time helps that audio feed. So any questions here for Jason and Augusta, or any questions in Augusta for any of our presenters here, we can open that up. Or presenters can also ask each other questions. And I will also be looking in to see if we have questions via Twitter.
Kim?
Yeah, I have a question, and first of all, thank you to all the presenters. You guys did a fabulous job. My question is for Jessica, and I was wondering if you faced any backlash on your social media sites through finding your voice, and if so, how have you navigated staying empowered in the face of that backlash?
Jessica, could you hear that question okay?
Yes.
Okay, great.
I haven't gotten any backlash just yet from any social media sites. I haven't taken too strongly to post my story on too many sites. I'm working with Jessa right now to establish that. I imagine that once I do, because I plan on getting my open letter published to the Huffington Post or Bust Magazine, and I'm going to be submitting it pretty soon. I imagine that Diane Dickerson, CEO, I'm sorry, I used her name, I haven't been using names, but I imagine that she will not be too pleased. I have gotten a lot of backlash in person from the CEO, just treating me like I was a spoiled brat because I wasn't grateful for the things that she did for me, which basically just rearranged the schedule. That was about it. And some mistreatment at work from her, a lot of fakeness, and just like calling me out on little things that I was doing wrong at work, even though like everybody does them, and they're not really wrong things to do. After I came forward, and what I started getting more backlash in person when I started fighting the system and not just laying down and taking whatever those in power were trying to impose on me and their ideas and thoughts on what was happening. And once I started questioning them, and I wrote them a letter that was very lawyery and calling them out and saying, I want to know legally what I'm entitled to know and what my rights are for appeal. And once I submitted that, and it was like game over, and the CEO was definitely mad at me. But I think to answer the second part of that question, if I am to receive backlash, I think how I would handle that, definitely a lot of deep breathing, and a lot of tea, meditation, and then I think I would address those individuals that are like either tweeting at me or commenting on my Tumblr page. I think I would definitely think a lot before speaking and then typing out things to them. But if it became too much, I would just ignore them.
Maybe a related question. This is actually a question more for Jason, but I think it also relates to Jessica as well. So Jessica had asked the question with respect to Jason Palmer's talk, and this was a question for our Twitter chat. Have you noticed the self-love revolution that's popped up thanks to social media? So I think that Jessica mentioned with your situation, that's part of what you kind of addressed in terms of using social media to find other people's stories, right? And that kind of form of self-love, right? I'm not the only one who's going through this. So I just answered the question for you.
Oh yeah, and then just to add on to that, like, there's different like sites that give you helpful tips to like get your day like going and you're feeling negative about the situations you're going through, and a lot of the like I've seen more support online and just like words of encouragement from like strangers and things like that. People just online just encouraging you to love yourself and more empowering statements.
Oh, excellent. Jason, do you want to speak to the self-love question? I know it's really hard to tell us apart. I'm Sarah. I'm the one talking.
Actually, I remember watching, I think it was on the Good Morning America or something like that. There was actually a story of a girl that was on Facebook that all the time she was posting all these different pictures, and then she talked about how she felt afterwards, how it really started to get at her and how she started getting depressed about the fact that all she was doing was just showing self-love and having to put up this front instead of being just the person she wanted to be. So to say to the self-love, I think that kind of goes into the negativeness, is that you really don't have any self-worth if you're putting on a front for somebody else. And that's some of the stuff that I found, like the one on Facebook for the Good Morning America, that was pretty much one of those things that it showed that there are people out there that are really negatively affected. And I think there's more people that are negatively affected than they lead on to be. But it would be interesting to find out more research on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Carly, maybe some connection to your project as well. Some of the pictures and stuff like this has circulated out on social media, and maybe also just relating to like just part of the statement you're making here too, right? Is that we make assumptions and label people and judge, and so this is kind of like the physical manifestation of what Jason was just talking about, right? What Jessica was talking about in terms of you know, that trying to negotiate these spaces, and this is how you're treated, right? Even though you're trying to say, no, I'm a slut, and that's a good thing. This is the vision, right?
Negative connotation.
Yeah.
I mean, slut's not necessarily a word, but right.
The power of language. Excellent. Do we have other questions here or
comment?
Yeah,
I totally understand, you know, what he's saying, because I know if I stay off social media for a couple of days, my mood is totally different than if I get so outraged at things that happen, and you know, yeah, it's definitely a change in mood if I take a break from people.
Yeah.
And I think we have another question here.
Yeah, well, I really appreciate this, and I like that you're thinking, like, well, sometimes this self-love display is problematic because it's not actual self-love, and I wonder if I don't know if you have as many Facebook friends that it's like a marketing thing, right? If they're working like as an independent sales rep for a makeup company, I have like 20 people who are constantly posting pictures of themselves with self-love images, but they're representatives of like a makeup company, right? That are like trying to sell things. Like, have you come across that, or how does that factor into this whole social media?
I really haven't come across that. I know that exactly what you're talking about. There are some Facebook pages that are about advertising, so they do seem fake to me a little bit, but I don't think any of the research really is associated with it. I think they're really talking more about between people that are like friends, actual just friends, not advertising or anything like that. I think they kind of excluded all that. I didn't really find anything about advertising on there, but it was mostly about how people interact with friends of theirs and how their own self-image and self-worth feels. That's really what the Oxford Happiness Questionnaire kind of asks. Is it really doesn't ask anything about anybody else. It's about how you feel about things and perceptions, and that judges how happy you really are. So.
There's always time for awkward pauses in technology.
We have one more question here. In the center, on the end, Lisa.
Yes. So we've talked a lot about, especially ways of gender and social media. I was really intrigued by your presentation, bringing another intersection into the mix. And do you see any ways that the social media and kind of self-love visibility interacts with kind of that disconnect of the culture that you see in any way, of maybe, you know, raising visibility of other cultures, or how does that, can you speak to that connection?
I know there's a lot of social media pages that do speak to certain populations. Well, I know there's a young lady that has 2 children that are twins that have Down syndrome, Casey and Connor, and she will post you know, updates on them. They've had some health problems and that sort of thing. But then we've also had, you know, the negative side of that with the internet trolls, and she's trying to stay positive. You know, she's got a double whammy because both of her children, twins, you know, dealing with developmental disabilities and things, and she's stayed very positive throughout. So Yeah, I have seen a lot of positive things on social media, but then again, on the other side, there's the ugly underbelly, where because you're separated by the internet, you're not going to use a filter. And I think that, etiquette is very important when you use Facebook.
It's something we all have to constantly learn and keep up on, right? Because things change as well in that way.
I actually have a question, and I think this is for Carly, the first one. I was in the military, and I have nothing against women in combat or anything like that. Don't get me wrong on this statement or question. How do you feel about what is going on now about women and their perception in the military and Congress asking for women to actually sign up for the draft?
I feel like everyone should be able to do the same thing regardless of their gender or sex.
Short and sweet. Do our other panelists want to chime in on the question as well? You all work in the world of women's studies.
I have the question of people.
Can you repeat your question, Jason, please?
Like I said, I was in the military, and I have nothing against women in combat or anything like that, but how do you guys personally feel about women having to sign up for the draft?
Yeah, I'm not too up to date about like what's going on with that in the news right now, but okay, so women are being asked to sign up for the draft? Like currently?
Not right now. Women don't currently have to sign up for the draft, but because of legislation has been put in place where women are now considered for occupations in the military where they weren't before, and now that's kind of equal. I know that a lot of men have been asking for, well, if we have to sign up for the draft, isn't it fair that now women are equal to positions that we're in, then they should have to also sign up for the draft. So I'm just trying to find out how you guys think about that.
I think we shouldn't be enforcing one gender to do something without asking all genders to do something. I definitely don't like when things are so gendered, and I definitely think that women should be as active in the military as men are. Let's be I don't really yeah. I'm not really too up to date on what's going on with the military because it upsets me because I'm definitely anti-war.
Oh, it sounds like the construction noise has started up outside our room. I don't know if you guys are doing that. All excellent questions. We have time for any other questions that we might have. I should have had a question ready. I was not prepared.
I don't know, mine is a question, but more of a comment. But right now, if military, there's the men to be drafted, and I believe women who's try to go for equal right, then they should go for it too. And right now, there's a big movement about equal pay for women too. And if you are demanding equal pay in the same position, and I would say should do the same kind of work to start with it too. Mm-hmm. The military arguments.
Yeah, I agree. Also, the draft hasn't been implemented or called for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I kind of think of it as an outmoded thing anyway. So I'm all supportive of women joining the draft, and honestly, I think that it's going to take some of the same patriarchal leaders going, "Oh no, we have to protect our women," and then maybe the draft will be a thing of the past.
It also seems to land on binaryism, right?
Mm-hmm.
And problematic.
Excellent. So we have another comment
Don't
over
you
here.
think that before we introduce this draft equality, that we should consider wage equality?
Yes, I think that the draft is being proposed right now because women have just been given equal ability within the military to serve in combat. And it's within the past couple of months that that legislation has gone through. And so now that women can serve equally in the military, Congress is saying, well, if they're equal in the military now, they should be equal in the military now. So I don't think that it's quite the same issue as wage equality. I think that this is kind of a both and thing. My supposition is that some folks are trying to basically shut down women in the military by saying this is what it means to have women in the military. But I think, like we're hearing from a lot of our panelists and audience members here, that's not working. I think everybody is kind of in agreement. Yeah, equal means equal. And yes, that does mean equal pay. So thank you, Lisa.
On equal pay, because I think I'm like the only man on the panel, so I don't see the reason why a woman shouldn't get paid as much as a man, as long as the qualifications and they're doing the same amount of work and they're putting in the same amount of hours. Then there's no reason why pay should be different. I don't know why it's different. From the military and from my personal job now, I have not seen women get paid differently than I have, but I don't know how that is other places. I just know that right now, in my current profession, because I work for the state pays this women and men equally, but I don't know about other professions where they might be getting treated differently. But there's no reason why it shouldn't be the same across.
On that point, if I could jump in. So I'm teaching a sociology of gender course this semester, and we looked at the gender pay gap just last week. And so it turns out that figures, depending on which census table you use, that put the gender pay gap at 78 cents to the dollar to 82 cents to the dollar are absolutely accurate. But we tend to assume that that means that refers to the same people in the same jobs, in the same employer, in the same place. And actually, there are a few economic sociologists, Tom Peterson is one of them, who look cross-nationally, and when you actually look in the same jobs, in the same occupations, with the same employers, the gender gap in pay shrinks a lot, which indicates that a lot of where it comes from is not the boss hog kind of discrimination that we have in our minds. That is, an individual person who is discriminating between two people in the same job, but systems of gender inequality that lead to people having different jobs with different employers. And they've shown, actually through experiments, that women get trapped, even when they're equally qualified, into different jobs with different employers at different pay scales. In the restaurant industry, men are discriminated in favor of for high-priced restaurants. If you're wanting to get a job at McDonald's, which is cruddy pay, actually, women are favored in discrimination, if you can call that favored, right? So they're working the same jobs with different employers to get different pay, and that's a lot of what gender comes from.
Thank you to our sociologists. So we're, please, yeah.
So yeah, in the same organization that I wrote about, there was definitely inequalities based off gender there, obviously from what I've said, and then I noticed that the individual that should have been fired for sexually harassing me for months, the company didn't even realize, like, they didn't investigate just what a bad employee he was. Like, all of us working with him, he wouldn't file his paperwork right. He never put information in Jackscope correctly in our computer systems, and just always was cussing at the front desk. He didn't give a fuck, didn't give a shit about the job. And so, but without investigating what kind of employee he was, they wanted to give him a raise, and it was based off of his, it was definitely based off of his race and gender. They wanted to keep him with the company because the company is very female dominated, and my boss has said many times how she wants more men at the company. And so he's not only a sexual harasser, but a bad employee. But they wanted to give him a raise, and they haven't given raises in like 3 years to almost all employees. And so, and then give him a promotion as well, where he would be better fit to do more tasks that he wanted to do.
Basically being rewarded for bad behavior.
Yeah. Yeah, and then when I reported for sexual harassment, I also reported him for being a bad employee, and he used company resources from day one of him working with us to find other jobs, and would like have companies calling our company to set up interviews and stuff, and so they put it in his contract that he couldn't do that anymore, and then one day I came into work after the whole sexual harassment thing happened, and I saw on the computer that he had applications on there that he was printing and used company resources again. So I screenshotted everything and sent it to my boss, and it was not a priority for her to talk to him right away about any of that.
So excellent considerations of that larger structural level and the individual level that were always that struggle between the two of those. And gosh, now we're out of time, and when we're getting rolling with our conversation. So first, I would definitely like to have one more round of applause, and thank you to all of our presenters. Such excellent students we have here at UMA. So we're going to be transitioning. We've got about a 15-minute break. We've got some visible tweets that we might be seeing up on the screens. Transitioning into our lunch and our keynote speaker, which will be happening here down in 124 and in the back of the Fireplace Lounge. So Google Hangout 2 will be quiet for a little while as we have our keynote and our lunch. And then we'll be back this afternoon for some of our roundtables and discussions. So thank you again, everyone, for joining us. And please stay tuned for the rest of the conference throughout the afternoon. Google Hangouts 1 and 2, and on Twitter, and live. We are everywhere.
Oh my goodness.
Thank you.
I'm asking Panera for lunch over in the Fireplace Lounge and our keynote speaker.
We just wanted to stay muted in this room all the time. And hope that our people stay connected. How holding
to where the camera can't see you, so they just hear a disembodied voice. Now I'm hearing it right. Hello, we're the spirit of Bangor. Okay, can you hear us? We cannot hear you.
Where's the mic?
I can hear you, so.
I don't think
I believe you're one of your presenters would be here, correct? No, all of your presenters are there. Okay, I'm going to mute on this one.
Do you have a
Nobody will show up.
Not at all. Bangor.
Oh. Hopefully there'll be a lot of people here.
Sarah, I'm sorry. Hi, Sarah.
So this is a test.
Test 1, test 2.
No, not working. Doesn't like us.
I can find the rest.
You ready? At least you have it.
Actually, this
Can
is
somebody hold that right there for a second?
But I know exactly.
Okay.
So I could go grab together and she was like, no. Super, that's upside down again. It's like,
All right. Why do we give name tags that reply
Okay.
to us?
Well,
Well,
all right, thank you. So I just heard from Bangor that all of the Bangor students who are there currently are actually presenting in the other one. So we may not have anyone in the Bangor room. We might have some faculty or staff, but definitely all the students are going to be on the other side. So
That is very okay.
yeah, it might just be us here talking.
That's all right. We'll have a conversation amongst ourselves. And we'll.
it happens frequently though.
Okay.
oh,
Do you
you're
want to ask
sitting
the,
here.
Yeah, sorry.
Can you ask the cat center to type something?
Captioner, if you can hear me, can you type?
Anything.
Anything?
Is the captioner currently listening or are we disconnected? We're probably disconnected.
Well, she's online and she can hear us. Thank
Okay,
you, thank
good.
you, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, she's been standing by for an hour, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna make sure there's no fires, and I'll probably be back. Wonderful. Okay. And
Because goodness.
Before I go back to the other room, A, thank you guys, and B, we could still have, there is one viewer I see that is hanging out online, so that viewer might be there. Other viewers might join you as well. So, and this will be recorded, so maybe we'll do something with that in the future.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
So, thank you so much.
Is Leah watching? Leah's online. Leah's been watching online.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that Leah? Is that Leah? If you're there, text me. I heard my son rolled over today, though.
Is that a good thing?
He's like 2 weeks old. Hey, he's 2 weeks old. He's already holding his head up and rolling.
Oh, okay. Good.
Yeah.
Babies. Roll over right after that.
Well,
Well, that's what I thought.
all right, I'm gonna give it like 1 more minute, and then we'll officially begin.
You have this presentation ready. There's only one viewer.
Set timer for 1 minute.
Okay, your timer is set for 1 minute.
Alright, we got like 10 seconds for like, gosh.
Alright, how do we shut it off?
Ugh. Soiled it.
Huh?
Soiled it. Soiled it. Silence. 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 Feeling very good? Yeah. Really.
Alrighty. So it is 1:15, so I think we're gonna begin. For anybody who is watching this at a distance or asynchronously, welcome to the 2016 UMA Interdisciplinary Student Conference. This is the SJ Interdisciplinary Leadership Roundtable, and I'm Kim Carter. I'm the moderator of this session and also the vice president currently of the SJ at Augusta. So I have a few quick announcements before we get started. The session is going to be broadcast via Google Hangouts 2. And presenters, at least, are located in Augusta, and I'm not sure how many other people we have watching online. But this will be live captioned, maybe? I don't see them yet, but...
Supposed to be.
So basically, for our panelists, if we can just speak one at a time, and I think we can all be, I think we're all visible with the camera. That'd be great. And any online audience members who want to chime in, welcome. And please mute your microphones while the presentation is happening, but if you want to kind of jump right on in with questions and things, we'd love to hear from you. So also, if anybody is interested in live tweeting this, the hashtag is hashtag UMAINT. And so we shall begin. To kind of set up what this roundtable discussion is going to be about, I've done a little bit of kind of thinking lately about the ways in which interdisciplinarity is not just an academic endeavor, but is also part of campus culture as well. And I read an article by Philip Carey that is entitled Student Engagement, Stakeholder Perspectives on Course Representation and University Governance. And it's about the culture of listening to students when decisions about students and student experiences are going to be made. And I think that at UMA, in my experience, we have a culture of listening to students before decisions are made that directly affect students, and I think that culture is even improving with every year and with every SGA kind of group year that we have. So I was really excited to read this article and to kind of think about the ways in which student engagement culture can help the culture of a university be more inclusive and create this environment where the student voice is very valued. Thinking about this in terms of interdisciplinarity, when student voices are valued, student voices come from all the different disciplines. And personally, I think that's really important in a student body, student government body that represents the various students across campus. So when we are part of decision making that affects other students, it's important that we have an understanding of the various disciplines that our students come from. Personally, I'm an English major. If you guys want to go down the line and give your position on the SJA and what your major is, and then we can kind of delve more into having a conversation about the ways that we as members of the SJA have found working as an interdisciplinary team.
So my name is Roger Macbeck, and I am a major of Bachelor of Applied Science with 3 minors in computer science.
I'm Anthony Guimond. I am the Student Government Activities Coordinator, and I'm a Business Management major.
I'm Patrick Haskin. I'm the Public Relations Coordinator, and I am a biology major with a minor in grief, loss, and trauma.
Okay. So, kind of to get the conversation started, I guess I should just kind of ask you guys about what are your thoughts on the culture at UMA of actually being student focused and the ways that you guys have found that as student government representatives you have a voice to represent your various disciplines on campus.
I'll jump right in.
Great.
So I essentially am a computer science major without the extra requirements for the math. That's why I went with Bachelor of Applied Science. I'm non-traditionalist, being that I'm above college, the typical college age of 24. I live off campus. I have children. I'm also handicapped. So I represent a lot of groups on campus that have a unique perspective of how things should be, and try to represent anyone that comes up to me and talks to me about something that's an issue for them. And what I do is, in the past I have made myself available walking around campus. I do the 3-foot rule. If somebody's within 3 feet of me, I'll introduce myself. I am Roger Macbeck. I'm the current president of the Student Government Association. What degree major are you? And then I'll ask them, what are some things you'd like to see done on campus? And I'll ask, what are some things that need to change? And I found the more that I talk to people, the more I'm able to listen to them and their experiences. I could then take and digest that information and bring it in our SJI meetings, and also relate that information to the faculty and staff and administration of the University of Maine Augusta. And we're very fortunate here at UMA to have faculty, staff, and especially administration that really cares about what the student population thinks. The Faculty Senate has been working on a shared governance policy that they included language when they were creating it to address the different groups that may not be represented at the Faculty Senate level, including the Student Government Association is not directly mentioned, but very, in a lot of spots, indirectly mentioned as being the student's perspective and the student's voice for toward the administration. And UMA is in a unique position where we actually care about what the students think and try to sculpt and mold the educational experience around the non-traditional model. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, thank you. What do you guys think?
Being someone who is a part of also the athletics and an admission ambassador who gives tours to a lot of people on campus, and also being a student government myself, I get the perspective of a bunch of different students. You know, not only do I get the perspective of all the business students that are in my classes, but I also get what the athletes think, and what maybe the athletes would like to see in the future. But also I get to see what high schoolers are looking for. You know, what would help draw them to this campus more too. You know, maybe they're not our students right now, but it could be someone who ends up being our student in the future. And it's also a good way to see, like, what are we missing on that's causing it so that students aren't coming here. And so I can draw on all of those to really help represent a wide body of the student population. And my experience is it seems like, for the most part, the administration and faculty, they want student input on, like, any big decisions that are about to be made. You know, they usually try to find some students to ask them, you know, like, hey, what do you guys think about this? You know, is this something you guys can get behind, or is this something that, you know, you think would be bad for the school to go in this direction? And they ask students those questions to see what students think.
Well, I don't know how to follow that, but I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm a typical college student. I'm in biology. I work part-time. So, I mean, really, well, I guess for a biology major, we're not really well recognized as much as some of the other bigger programs here on campus. So just being a part of student government, I've been able to communicate back and forth and help, you know, start the Bio Health Club. So kind of be like the voice of that. And that's...
Do the three of you feel that coming from such varied discipline backgrounds, that has changed the way that as a team you've interacted and the ways in which maybe, you know, you bring different things to the student government table?
I mean, yeah, definitely. As to specifics, they escape me right now. But I mean, we have definitely, just the wide background, varying background, has brought forth a unique team that works well together and works well for the student body.
The varied backgrounds help. It brings in, you get all the different perspectives with the various backgrounds. Like, well, Roger may think might be best for the school as a computer science major, may not be what Patrick thinks will be best for the school going forward as a biology major. And, you know, so there's going to be those points in meetings where, you know, the views are different and there's arguments, and maybe we're not seeing it the same way. But in the end, those views are what's going to help come to a decision of what's best for the school moving forward, and not just what's best for, say, one program or another.
It's literally been the diverse backgrounds that, like Patrick and especially Anthony just said, that one member might not see eye to eye with another member, or one group might not see eye to eye with another group. But in the student government, we then thresh out the ideas and find common ground to stand on, and then move in a direction that will be beneficial to all students, or the majority of the students, of the issue or the topic that we're dealing with. And we have a very unique, diverse team currently on student government, and I'll put the plug in there. We're always looking for student government members. We have lots of opportunity as a student representative, which as a student representative, your primary goal is to represent the degree program or the society or the background and history of yourself and your friends. And the more diversity we can have, the stronger we can have a community to be able to deal with the hard issues and make governance that is effective for everyone.
And I think from my perspective, being part of the team, it's been really valuable because I, you know, like you said, as an English major, I have no idea what's happening with the biology program. And so getting that perspective, especially when we have student government members who are sitting on various academic committees or things like that, if I, you know, say if I'm supposed to be representing the whole student body on some kind of academic committee or something like that that's making decisions about classes or things like that, if I don't have someone to go to that, you know, who I know and trust, who's in the biology program, the business program, the computer science, as a student representative to one of these committees, I don't feel like I have enough knowledge to really be, helping make those decisions. I guess that's what I see as the biggest blessing with having such an interdisciplinary student government is that we can have those conversations that sometimes at an institutional level are a little bit harder to actually make happen because our programs can sometimes feel a little insular. You guys, do you agree, or what do you think?
I mean, I would agree definitely. I mean, I don't know where you're with it. Biology program. Really, they don't really much leave the Jewett Hall area. So people are like, oh, it's Randall Student Center, third year here, and I'm like, it's the building right across the campus. And it's like, it's just disconnected. So to be able to come from varying backgrounds to make sure that your voice is heard for your program is very well.
And yeah, as a business major, I mean, or really any major you have, you're going to be spending more time with a set of students who are about the same year as you, we're all taking the same classes as you, and that's your group of students that you see on a daily basis, day in and day out in your classroom. And, those are the people you're going to get to know the best on campus. And so, really, it's important, so you get their perspective, but then, you're missing perspective of the biology program who, they don't leave Jewett Hall often, for classes. And so, they're not going to see many business majors or, a computer science major who also, there's some overlapping classes with business, but in general, computer science is going to be in computer science classes with their major, and you're not going to see them either, or English majors except for your 100 level classes. So there's you're secluded into your program.
So the university, the computer science major classes are pretty much all held in this building, with a few being held over in the Cates Library. But as student government, there is a large fractionalization problem on campus with the biology department only being in a generalized area, the computer science being in a generalized area, and there's not really a whole lot of overlap. But as student government, we are the cement that fills in those cracks and helps bind the whole campus together, moving forward in one unified direction. And that's one of the things that this team, the last 2 years and especially this year, with Patrick Kaskin being the public relations coordinator, who is now the president-elect for next year. He's going to do a wonderful job leading the team. Anthony Guimond is the current activities coordinator, is going to be he's the interim vice president. I'm the current SGA president, but I'm going to be interim activities coordinator. We're all flexible and fill the cracks in where they need to be, and we do work as a congealed team moving forward in one direction. And when one team member struggles, other team members come in and help. And we want to make sure that as a student government, we address the issues that need to be addressed, and I feel we effectively do that.
I would agree. Do we have any comments? Or?
I have an audience question. So, past Katie, when I was a student, I used to be in student government. But further past Katie, had no idea what student government did, and had no interest in being involved with it or seeing what they were up to, because I had no idea what it was. And once I, started to get involved and joined, I feel like I got it. Like, oh yes, this is a very useful thing. But I still don't know that I ever got good at articulating what is it that student government does. So how do you answer that question to people like further past Katie who have no idea what you do, and yet here you are doing things? What is the role of SGA?
Well, the SGA president role is chief firefighter. At a fire, the chief firefighter then allocates resources and puts builds project teams and builds infrastructure to tackle problems. You also deal with the campus society. You take issues in, and if a really smart SGA president will utilize all the resources that they have available to them. Let's say you have a team member that's really good with talking to people, and you have another team member really good at creating events, and another team member that's really good about brainstorming. You will find the strengths and weaknesses of all your team members, and then put them where they're strong and where they thrive and where they want to be, and then help them excel, to be an educator and really see their potential and let them run with it. You know, the best way to effectively lead a student government is not to micromanage it.
I think the question is more towards like what is SG as a whole, and what we do here
What's
on
your
campus.
purpose?
What's the purpose?
What are all of your different thoughts? Because like you've been talking about how many different perspectives you bring. So tell me all of your perspectives.
Definitely the voice of students here on campus, even though our presence may not be well known. And that's a constant struggle. I mean, just this year, I was like, yeah, we can get it up, and there's been like no movement at all, unfortunately. But I mean, with the voice of the students, we help plan events for community involvement, both here on campus and away.
We've dealt with some local issues this year, like the pet policy on campus with service animals. We're currently, the last few fire alarms that we've had some students concerned about protocols on how to safely evacuate a building. So we're currently working with security on some educational resources for that. There's been the call polls have been a couple of the emergency polls
broken, and we've been working with them, making sure that they've been up and running. Recently, we found out they fixed them. We have gender-neutral bathrooms advocated for and now have here on the Augusta campus. We've got community service was a questionnaire
for last
fall, and students said 70% of the students who voted said that it was an important thing. So out of that, we had the fall food drive, and we had the UMA Community Cleanup Day this last week, actually. So, and definitely more plans for the future, but we are listening to the students, and we are implementing when we can and what we can for them.
We also implemented a snack closet this year that is available, and we're working parliamentary for the rules of such. But I just believe I saw an email that we actually got additional funding for the snack closet.
Right, from the Diversity Committee, Pat
Clark
has been working with us very generously, and we will be getting $800 in a grant for funding the snack closet for next year.
So essentially, anytime we get a chance to talk to students and we can find out what they want done, or if there's an issue that has arisen that, like last summer, the bus stop got moved without anyone's knowledge, and a couple students said, well, why is the bus stop moved? We didn't know about it. Well, as soon as we found out it was a problem, we worked with security, we worked with Kennebec Transit, and then had the bus stop moved back to where it was in front of the Randall Student Center. Not only was it a safety issue where they were stopping to pick up students, but it was a convenience issue too. So essentially, whatever we find out that needs to be addressed, that's what student government is all about. It's about solving problems and finding unique solutions for problems that you didn't know existed until someone brings them up, and being proactive to try and look for future problems or something, better ways to streamline systems or streamline educational experiences to foster community development.
Now, interesting question that I thought of with your answer to the question initially. How could we as student government members be utilizing we do come from diverse academic backgrounds. How could we be using those skills in our roles as student government officers or representatives to better serve the students. For example, a lot of what I've been helping out with this year has been doing a lot of drafting of official memos and letters and things like that. And I love doing that. You know, I'm an English major. That's my thing. I like to help write letters and all of those sort of things. How can we maybe plug, as you were saying, find those niches for student government representatives and help kind of plug them into those places where they can be most effective?
Well, as like a biology major, I do a lot of research and a lot of brainstorming innovative ideas, kind of along that line. So I mean, like Roger said before, I bring some of the brainstorming to the team and just like researching how to do events and whatnot. I mean, those are skills that I learned from the biology program. So.
She's a business major herself.
Gretchen's a library science major. ILS. Yeah, she does a lot of research too.
And for business majors, there's really two areas in student government that you could really find your niche in, depending on which form of business you want to go into. Actually, it's multiple. Like being the president or the vice president, if you're a management major, it's a great opportunity to practice leading a group of people that you're going to be doing later on when you get out. And if you're like an accounting major, business, budget and finance, great opportunity for you. Work with the numbers all the time, working on balancing a budget, work on, taking stuff out as it comes out. And also, if you're interested in marketing and business, there's also the whole public relations position where you can work on how is the best way to advertise an event. Do we put it out on social media? Does it get a lot of likes that way? Does that get more people to come? Or is it better if we put it on posters? Is it better if we, and stuff you can find out on, like, actually probably help you in the future because you'll figure out, like, what works to advertise for student government, and maybe some of that will work better once you actually hit the business world.
So another aspect, I think, of the student government work that we do that we maybe kind of touched on, but I'd like to talk a little bit more about, is really focusing on community building, which I'm sure we're all aware can be a little bit difficult when everybody's so spread out. It's a campus, and we're doing things like this because we want to have that feeling of connectedness and togetherness. What are the ways that you see student government kind of helping to facilitate that community atmosphere, and what are the ways that you see that as being interdisciplinary?
Well, I would say some of the events that we have really help bring the community together. Like the Welcome Back Week is a great opportunity for you, no matter what your major is, no matter, even if you're undecided or whatever. It's a great way for you if you're just coming into the school especially, to meet up with some students that you otherwise may not ever see. Like, come to the Welcome Back Week in the first couple weeks of school. Usually there's free food and some other entertainment, stuff like that. Start meeting with people. This last one, we had all the clubs there also. So, find a club that maybe you're interested in joining. Maybe get involved in that club, and that's your way to meet new people. Or maybe even if you don't decide to join a club, just show up to some of these events and really get a chance to meet people that you may not otherwise meet. And those people that you can meet in those few seconds at one of these events could become someone that you become friends with the rest of your time here. And maybe even if they end up being someone who has the same major as you, maybe it's someone you can study with for the rest of your time here too. And then also, like, our community service day that we just had last week was a great way for people to, once again, meet people on campus that maybe you otherwise wouldn't meet. I even met some people at that day that I was like, oh, you're a student here? I never actually met you before. Like, it's a great way to actually, get out and interact with other students, but it was also a great way to give back. And, you're cleaning up the school that you attend, and helping maintain it and make it look good again. And, at the end of the day, it's something that's rewarding for you, but is also a great way to socialize and get to interact with other people.
Do you have anything to add?
That summed it up pretty well.
Well, the medium that we've been using lately, whenever we have an election, we try to include a poll survey. And the community event that Anthony was just talking about has been an underlying theme for several years. And I'm so happy that this SGA team was able to bring that to fruition. Patrick and Anthony actually did most of the work on that, clean up the campus day. The history of it was 3 years ago, Jesse Walker, a previous president, wanted to do UMA Cleans Up Augusta Day. And then the next year, that never really got any traction. The next year, community service and community involvement was the poll question. And everybody said in some way, shape, or form, community involvement was important. Nobody said that community service was not important. And then earlier this last fall, we started talking about brainstorming, what do we want to do? And Community Service Day came out of Anthony's idea of getting the clubs together and trying to, let's work together in one area doing something, cleaning up the trails, cleaning up the campus. We did a lot of programming with it, did a lot of communication with the clubs. Patrick did a lot of talking with the clubs and promoting it. And then the Community Garden Club, which is a new club and is also a class, planned something on Earth Day too. So we then joined forces so that we all was involving in some way of helping the campus better, whether it be on the quad or whether it be out in the garden or whether it be out in the trails. And we made it a family event. The UMA community came together to make it an effective event. And it's just by the pooling of resources, communication, is how we've been able to do that effectively.
What do you mean by the pooling of resources and communication?
Well, why reinvent the wheel? If you have a wheel, you can redesign it and make it better, but you don't need to go back to scratch to start with a brand new design. So the seed of the thing came from essentially the poll that really kicked it off. Was the poll that we polled students during elections. It was the year before last about community service, and then the brainstorming that we did as student government. What events do we want to do that are involved around community service? And there's a few things that we talked about, like doing a service at the Bread of Life Kitchen that just wasn't becoming feasible. And then so we looked at our resources that we had available and the opportunities we have available. We have a beautiful campus here. So rather than going outside of the campus, this is part of one of the discussions that we had in the SGA office. Instead of going outside of the campus, let's focus on inside of the campus where it's easier for us to be here. And then we got the clubs involved. It's like, well, why don't we invite the clubs? That would give us more manpower or more staffing power to utilize and get more things done. And then when the community garden wanted to join in, and they had theirs essentially planned while we were planning ours, they were planning theirs, and we weren't really working parallel to each other. We were working pretty much parallel to each other until the very end. It's like, why don't we just incorporate it into one great big event? They've already done their groundwork, we've done our groundwork. It's going to be more beneficial to incorporate it into one great big umbrella event, and then we attack two areas of the campus opposed to focusing on just one area. So that's pretty much what I mean by pooling our resources. Utilize the resources available to you and see if you can get people involved.
I think that's a really great way too of connecting it back to the idea that we started with about the ways that interdisciplinary connections across campus can help in an academic way. And that's a different kind of helping make the campus better. Is when we are working together to make to make academically the campus beautiful, if you want to use that kind of as an analogy. Yeah, I think it is important, like you said, to pool those resources, pool communication, and not try and reinvent the wheel. And really, I think that's, to me, one of the most significant ways that interdisciplinarity functions within the governance part of student government is when we can talk together as students and say, hey, maybe we learned something in one of our classes that can help the other members of the organization, or maybe even we just know something about that degree program that's going to be useful in a meeting or something. Really coming together and making that communication work in the ways that we were trying to make the campus and student life and experience better. I think that's really important.
Can I hijack for a second? Yeah. So actually, I've talked with a couple of you about this over the past few weeks because I'm involved with the community gardening club in the class. And we didn't make it in this last meeting because of just logistical things, right? And my sense is that because it's the entire club who's working on it rather than like a one person who's gathering all of the knowledge of what needs to be done and then doing those things, we have like one person who knows we need to submit these things and one person who knows we need to show up for these 2 meetings and one person who knows to contact this person, but all of the knowledge isn't located in a single place. Is this something where SGA could create some sort of, here's how you do it, but then also maybe even renovate the different, like have different levels of clubness or something like that? I know that in the past with UMA, just because of the nature of our school, we're in multiple campuses and our programs are in person, but they're also online. So sometimes you'll have a whole bunch of students on campus one semester who go really big and create a club, and then the next few semesters they're all online and they don't show up for club things, and then the club goes inactive. Like, I don't think we're going to find an answer today, but I think it would be kind of cool to brainstorm for a little bit. Like, what are some ways that we could have clubs and have that student life experience, given the ebb and flow of our student population on campus and the different disciplines that might be involved, and how do we help students kind of walk through the logistical process, et cetera, et cetera. Do you have thoughts? And I know we're not going to solve it, but do we have thoughts?
Well, as of right now, I believe we have about 10 active clubs, correct me if I'm wrong.
Awesome.
So we are definitely the governing body above those. We fund them and whatnot. We definitely help out. And they're diverse, but what it really comes down to is actually the clubs themselves getting involved on campus, which we have seen an issue with this past year, definitely. So as far as how to go about doing that, it's still uncertain, but...
Well, to speak of the protocol, yes. Everything is online. Rose's office, room 204, Rose Pelletier, the coordinator of student life, will work with just about any student that wants to start a club, and in her orientation program, which you'll have the pleasure of experiencing, she does a networking class in orientation, and there's actually a brochure of all the inactive clubs that has been, all the active clubs or currently active clubs, how to start a club, where online to get the forms for the club, and I believe they're on the SGA page and the clubs page. There's 2 separate pages there that are right next to each other on tabs on Student Life's part of the UMA website. And there's literally a sample constitution, I believe, up there that clubs can take and then modify it for their own, tailor it to their own particular club. I'm pretty much always available as SGA president, and I'm sure Patrick will be just as available when he takes over in May for communication back and forth. And to utilize the resources that they have available is the best piece of advice I could give them. You know, there's a lot of people that have been through this process before, And we can streamline or help you streamline it as a club that, say, like the gardening club, by consulting with, this is the standard constitution, this is how you can modify it, this is the process it has to take. And unfortunately, we have found that sometimes, with information not being centralized, sometimes things get out of step or out of misalignment, and it's not really a big of a deal though, because we're pretty inclusive. We try to make sure that we help everyone in any way, shape, or form, and we just set you up on the next meeting. They can come to the next exec board meeting, be put on the agenda, and then come to the next SGA meeting, and then the SGA will vote to make the club official, and then it goes to a final review with the dean of students before it becomes official. And the processes, Rose Pelletier is probably the best resource. Renee Grant's another good resource for that. And the SGA president will be very knowledgeable of those processes, or any SGA member can at least point you to the right direction.
Yeah.
I think what's interesting though about your question is that it is this idea that once you manage to get a club started, sometimes, like you said, the next year, all of your members aren't on campus anymore, and so that can be really difficult to maintain student involvement, student engagement in something that one year is really robust and thriving, and people are so dedicated, and then the next year things happen, and the reality is that just people can't
fades away.
Campus. And in terms of maintaining that vitality, even within that kind of, like you said, ebb and flow of student involvement, student engagement, I think that's really the question, and I think that, to me, one of the ways to alleviate those problems is a lot of communication and a lot of visibility, especially with new students who are kind of coming onto campus and may not know that last year this club was rocking and doing all this stuff. And we do get a lot of new people on campus who don't know kind of this legacy of what's been going on beforehand, and I think maybe that's maybe a key to having that involvement continue through the years, is making sure that we have some kind of record, some kind of understanding, maybe as a campus culture, as a campus community, that these things are established, these things exist, and these things can continue to exist with the right motivation and energy.
The Office of Student Life has a very long institutional memory of clubs. But on the other side, there are some very dedicated clubs that have been thriving for the whole time I've been here, like the French Club. There's the French Club. They're very active. And the advisor actually plays a large role in keeping the institutional memory from year to year, keeping it active, because unfortunately, where we don't have dormitories, it's a perpetual recruitment. You have to have, if you can recruit somebody as a freshman and they are vibrant with it and stay involved till they're a senior, unless you're always recruiting freshmen or always recruiting the younger generations of students, meaning institutionally wise, it will be a 2 or 3 year term before no one will remember anything anymore.
I would kind of add to that. It's a good point that the advisors to clubs play such an integral role of maintaining that, because like you said, student life has maintains these legacies as best they can, but where students are most readily reachable is in the classroom, and I think that's where advisors and professors and that kind of involvement on that level is really crucial to maintaining that communication. They're the ones who are right there with the students who just come to class and then turn around and go home and don't interact with maybe other areas of campus that maybe they don't know about, maybe it hasn't occurred to them to kind of interact with. So
another way of keeping track of clubs, is when the students ask for the yearly allotment paperwork from each club, and they can see what the club did all year. So if next year, if they're not active, someone can say, hey, did they do anything last year? They can go back to their files. They can say, oh my God, yes, they were really vibrant. Yes, they have that history year after year, which helps.
Yeah. And just, as the background too, is with the garden club, but also with a couple of clubs on the Bangor campus that we've been working on setting up over the past year and a half, actually. It's been a couple of them. The number one thing is that I've seen students, okay, we want to do this, right? And they have so much passion and energy, and it's like, okay, how do we do this? And then they see this like mass of paperwork that you guys look at all the time. You're really familiar with it, but it's terrifying when you've never seen it before.
Oh, it's terrifying for us too.
And we even in our class had that conversation with Rose because she was walking us through every single step, and everybody's like, yeah, we get this. This makes sense. And I was like, yeah. And so later on, when we're actually doing this and start to panic, what happens? And Rose was like, come and talk to me. And that's absolutely the answer, is to come and talk to somebody who knows it. But I also know that students, like, even after they've met you, and after they've met you, and after they've met you, like, there's the sense of, I can't bother them, they're so busy, and it's the SGA president, for God's sake.
Well, no.
he's so powerful.
No.
And so, like, they don't know until they've been doing it for a while. And so for a bit, there's a learning curve.
So how can we make it easier and not so overwhelming?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have the answer.
Educate the student that everyone puts the pants on the same way, one leg at a time.
Yeah.
Whether you're the CEO of Forbes magazine, or you're the janitor that cleans. Well, actually, janitors have more power than most CEOs. But whether you're the person that maintains the grounds, you both wake up. You both get dressed, you both go to work. And as SGA, I would hope that there's not a impression that I'm untouchable or unapproachable, because I want to make sure, and I actually go one step further. I actually have my cell phone, whether good, bad, or indifferent, is actually at the tagline of all my emails. Any email I send out, my cell phone is there, because literally that's phone call or texting is the easiest way to communicate with me. I don't like email much because typing is really difficult, but I want to be personal, and if I don't know this problem, I can't help resolve it. And that's one of the reasons that I make myself visible on campus so much, and Patrick does a wonderful job, and Anthony especially does a wonderful job, and Kim in the Writing Center, Gretchen in the LAS program. We all make it a point to be visible on campus and to interact with the students so that we can receptacles, so we can hear the problems or the issues, and then, be intuitive to resolve issues before they even come up sometimes.
I think that's something that you guys might want to look at commentary as streamlining the process of writing a constitution and bylaws to make it easier for students, so that's maybe something next step.
Right, but I mean, thinking about it, it is a long process, but at the same time, what else can we do? Because basically, write the Constitution, get it approved by the city government.
Maybe not so many documents. We can look at that and maybe simplify it. Sure.
And I think that's also one of the reasons that I joined SJ, and one of the things that I find valuable about having this kind of student voice, and what I try and tell people like pass Katie that we do is we are kind of the voice of the students, but also empowering students to know that they have their own voice in these ways, in these matters, and I think that what I've seen through student government and for the work that Rose does is that's what it's about, is when those students feel like, oh, I don't want to bother people, which I see a lot of in the Writing Center as well. I don't want to bother the professor. You have a question, and it's legitimate, and you have it's your right to ask the people who can answer those questions your questions and answer.
And 10 people might have the same question that you're ready to ask, and if you're the one that's is empowered and strong enough to ask that question, you're actually helping the 10 or 15 people that have the same question that will just view the answer.
Yeah, and I completely agree too. Actually, one of the things that I love most about UMA is looking at the difference of like my Psych 100 students when they first walk in and they first start college. And a lot of them have never really felt that sense of I can and should speak up with my question or my desires or anything like that. But yeah, a few semesters later, everybody's like, yep, I'm involved. I have a voice, I'm going to use it. And I love that about UMA because this really is a place where you see lives get transformed. And so I know that like I am able to incorporate that in my classes. I'm in psychology, so yeah, I can do that easy. But does with your activities and with your advocacy work with SGA, do you have anything where you're explicitly like working on that? Like I know that the whole process of what SGA does is transforming these lives, but do you ever get to just, this is a thing, we're going to start transforming lives right here in this event today, or anything like that? Do you ever get to have that?
Well, last year I went to Washington, D.C. for Presidential Leadership Council 2015. And one of the things that I brought back from that was utilize your resources and brainstorm with your SGA and then take the top 3 to 4 things and make it happen. And I've seen so many SGA members rise to the top and to the occasion, especially Patrick Kaskin with the food drive. The food drive he may not think have been really as successful as he would like to have been, but it was actually very successful. Because whenever you start something new, it may fail or it may not get as much as you want out of it, but the fact is you still planted that seed and then you learn from that. And I've really seen a lot of the SG members benefit by the brainstorming sessions that we had in the fall, and really Patrick took on the role of spearheading the food drive. Anthony took on the role of spearheading the clubs day that morphed into cleanup UMA day, which had been an idea floating around for the last 3 years. And to see and educate and empower the members of SGA, UMA does a really good job on empowering their students to affect change.
Not even just in clubs, but in classes themselves, especially with the unique population that we have, just to see that light switch go on to some of these people, it's awesome.
Yeah. And I do want to say regarding like the food closet and the food drives and all of those things, all of that work has been building. We now have like the official Food Security Coalition, which is kind of trying to synthesize all of these many efforts that we have going on, and we won an award. So yeah,
the history of that.
It's going, but it's exactly that. Like we have to build with little pieces here and there. But now where we are.
And most importantly, the history from that actually started almost 3 years ago now, when Heaven Riendo, myself, Colleen Coffey, and a few other members went to the main hunger dialogue in Orono. And then last year, myself, Patrick, Gretchen, and Anthony,
with the UMA Bangor SGA students,
right, went to the hunger dialogue again, and we actually filed a mini grant for the garden, which James Cook has been able to utilize for purchasing seeds and stuff.
It's also my class.
Right.
We're co-teaching it.
Yeah. And so, the small seeds that were planted 2-3 years ago are now starting to mature and actually starting to reproduce fruit. By the snack closet came of that. The food drive came of that, which, 3 food banks in Augusta?
We were able to, 3.
A couple boxes, banana boxes of food for 3. So we had like maybe 10, 12 banana boxes full of food that just a very small beginnings, but could potentially move into bigger things. And now we have the Food Coalition, as you said. The snack closet got funded an additional $800. We started the snack closet with $50.
Yeah. And so throughout these couple of years working on all of this, I know Colleen and I have sat down several times and been like, oh my gosh, this is not going anywhere. We're working so hard. Nothing's happening. I'm imagining that you've had those conversations as well,
Yes.
kind of secretly and behind the scenes. But yeah, we keep pushing, and all of these things are coming together. Like this is community transformation right here, and it's hard work, but it's persistent work, and that's in my estimation. I know I'm soapboxing here, but I'm like, that's what SGA does. That's why we have SGA.
We're like whipping cream and butter. For the first 2 hours of hard, tumultuous labor, you see nothing. And then all of a sudden it starts to gel, and all of a sudden it starts to fluff, and then all of a sudden it becomes butter, which is awesome. I love butter.
It's delicious. Yeah.
Just like,
No, go ahead.
Just like with the community service day and trying to get more community involvement, it felt like that was going nowhere for the longest amount of time. I reached out to clubs multiple times, could not get answers. I reached out to community areas trying to see if they were interested in having us, couldn't get answers from some of them either. And eventually, once we were finally able to get some clubs on board and sat down with some of the advisors of some of the clubs, and they're really the ones that pulled us back and were like, hey, why don't we focus on the school and try to transform the school instead of trying to go out into the community and help first, you know, get our foot in the door and do the school first. And that's really when it started to take off and was actually able to come to fruition. So.
The difference between starting friction and rolling friction.
And I think too, from what I've seen, what is so important to actually getting something to actually start to gel and work is getting a lot of people from a lot of different areas invested. You know, it can't necessarily just be a couple students who want to make something happen, but we need faculty, we need staff, we need a lot of students, that kind of thing. And that's what I've seen as being really successful, is those moments where we do get a lot of different people in a lot of different areas working towards the same goal.
Yeah. And a lot of it too, I think you have all said in various ways, like a lot of it is that face-to-face and relationship building and all of that. In the gardening class, it's like all the theory is social science. How do we bring people together? How do we recruit volunteers? How do we mobilize it, organize it? All of the things you guys are doing all the time, right? And we did an exercise recently where we went out and checked out the flyers in the hall. And everyone had to find 5 flyers that they found interesting. And then we took a tally of, okay, these ones that you saw, how many are you actually going to go to? And they're like, well, I would have gone to this one, but it was actually yesterday. Or I want to go to this one, but I have to work. And so we had like this wave of things that they can't go to, and then these few that they can go to. And so just kind of putting the information out there that it's happening is not going to be sufficient to draw in lots of numbers, although you have to do that a lot in order to get the numbers, but also that face-to-face, like when you know people. James Cope, my co-professor, was like, well, I'm going to a couple of them, but part of why I'm going to a couple of them is because I have like colleagues or people that are kind of drawing me to it.
Connection.
And, yeah, I feel responsible to go because I have this relationship. And I was like, some of them are mine, aren't they? He's like, maybe. So, but just because like we're colleagues and you know we support each other's work and that sort of thing. And the same thing we have our students when they're in classes. They invite the people that they know in their classes. Then it's like, okay, well, I know a person who is going to be there and who it matters to them if I am there. And like that's kind of how we build this community here at UMA. And I know that you pass a bunch of people in the halls that you never talk to, but the people that you know, and they're going to be there. Maybe not for every event, but they'll be there for the ones that they can get to. And that's how we build our community.
I have a 3-foot rule. if you're within 3 feet of me, I'm going to say hello to you if I can, and ask what your degree is. And that's literally how I know. Is actually more people on campus know me than I know them, because I see a billion people a day. But they really know who I am, and they know that I'm in the CIS department, the computer science major, because I've talked to them at some point in time. And it's building the small connections and building the bridges that affects change. And it's really important. You need to be caring about the community. Part of the mission statement of the SGA, in which I used to have it memorized, but is fostering cultural and community development. And that's really what we try to do here on SGA, and we're pretty effective in doing.
Alrighty, I think we're just about at the end of this session. Thank you guys for being here and for giving us your insight on SJ, and thank you for being here and all of your lovely questions, and thank you to anybody who is still with us and watching, and
or who sees this in the future.
All right, thank you guys.
So I have some news for you about the community garden.
Yes.
Compost.
Yes.
Wednesday and Friday.
Yes.
They weren't going to do it, and then I talked to John this morning, and they said, well, the problem is no one ever picks it up, and blah, 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 and this and the other. So, well, if I will personally pick it up if I have to. So as long as you don't miss it, they will continue to do it until it doesn't get, the first time it doesn't get picked up, then they're done.
Okay.
So, but Wednesdays and Fridays, they'll leave the pickle bucket out of produce that they're tossing
Awesome.
to dump.
Awesome.
Which will give you that core seed to start that fermentation process.
That's awesome.
Just keep it that. So today there should be.
Yes, and sign in for the panel. Awesome. Is it on the right session right now?
I changed it, yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, so. Thank you guys so much for being here, and I'm sorry for putting you guys on the spot.
Well, you did. No worries.
It's time you just start thinking with it.
Blame you for no one showing up.
Now we'll have thank you, one viewer, and Nicole. Thank you. And the typer. Oh, yes. What you doing? All right, cool. Bye.
Cuba's house, I guess we go into the office. See how you're gonna switch. I don't know if I'm gonna get up and talk or not. So, I'll keep receipts.
You can sit in front of me.
Such a good turnout.
Ourselves.
Unless they're filming us and was gonna, you know, in Bangor. There's actually something going on in Bangor too. Yeah, this
Yeah,
is.
they're gonna be simulcasting. Oh, class.
That's not class right there. Sarah's book. Because we will come back and listen to it.
I didn't see her.
It's posted on Facebook on that page. And it gave me a lot of confidence because I thought, oh, I'm not just worthy.
Yeah. I'm so happy you said it, because I thought you missed that.
Oh, I wanted just to.
I didn't get a comment.
Yes, I noticed.
So I'm like, yes.
And how the horse and our family, the horse work together. And helping I most.
You know, you going across state lines is one thing. That's relatively easy, but then there's all that. He's working. And you know, as long as you travel to the sun, you know, how it goes. So, yeah. So let's see, we have Megan and Kay and Eli. And I'm wondering, who knows this? Uh-oh. Cancel.
5 seconds left.
I think. So I guess the panelists are gonna sit up here.
Yes, in the morning they were set.
All right. So we got your 3 chairs.
You have to sit up there.
You got, yeah, you can sit up here. And just pretend Big Brother isn't watching you.
You're not gonna be up there talking too?
Yeah, I just have to introduce you, that's all.
Now, are we coming up with stuff to say or are they asking us
Okay,
questions?
so I sent out this email. You could read, no, I'm
Oh,
gonna
you can
leave
look at
this
that,
with
because I
you.
didn't read it.
Just leave it, and those are my glasses. Those are some of the questions that you might want to address.
I can't see it, so.
Well, take a look at it first, because you're the one.
What did you expect Cuba to be like
Can you
before
hold
you
it up and
left?
look at it? No, I won't
see it at all.
Okay, you want to read it to Peyton?
Just the questions.
Just to kind of give you an idea.
Um,
It's up to you what you want to say.
What did you expect Cuba to be like before you
no, that's-
left? Had you ever been to a tropical climate before? Was
Yeah,
there anything that
you
really
wanna get that?
surprised you about Cuba? What did you think life might be like for ordinary Cubans?
Well, I asked
Did you
these
change your
if they
opinion
wanted to
after the
present.
trip?
Sure, but if you want
What
to, that'd be
impressed you
awesome,
most?
because you've been to Cuba.
You don't have to memorize these, just think about them.
So,
Okay, so that was, so we're gonna be asked more questions or we're just gonna?
you can just kind of riff on those, you know, just
give our impression. Okay.
just kind of, you know, with that, kind of think about questions that, because otherwise you're going to sit there and be like,
No, I have thoughts in mind. I just
Okay.
don't know if people are gonna ask us
pretty good at
first
that
or.
second one.
Okay, yeah, me too. So I always need a prompt, so that was, so I think you showed, yeah, you showed Steve.
Oh, Steve's gonna
No,
do it
that's
too?
the only one. He wants to do it too, and that's fine. The more the merrier.
No.
Sharon
I
asked
was
me
gonna
to
talk a
answer
little
questions.
about,
I'm here to answer questions. I didn't realize
my impressions
there
of
were questions.
the inverted triangle with the pay scale and stuff like that, that it surprised me.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that's, anything, anything that differed from what you might have expected, what you thought you were gonna find versus what you did find, what your impression of Cuba was, what your impression of Cuban people and culture is. Do you think they define freedom in the same way that we do? That's an interesting question.
So will they be asking questions too?
Yeah, people will be asking questions as you too.
So I don't want to like just say my basic
People.
Well, wait, you?
People here or people?
People in Bangor, yeah, or even some are tweeting into, like, Katie's in charge of that. Oh, and by the way, I want you to know that if you haven't signed that yellow sheet, because you're here, you can sign in and we're doing a drawing later.
Well, I'm signing that.
Yeah, so the people with the most, attendance are probably going to do better at that, but you never know.
I'm here at this part.
Someone always wins Powerball, right?
Not this Not this someone. Someone is.
I guess I have to play in order to have
I win.
How do I-
your account and you owe us?
Why is that?
Because of the things I win.
Oh.
Oh, where is there a microphone?
That a microphone?
I don't know.
This one is just helping the countries,
They just-
and there's no,
Yeah, because I wasn't in here at all.
yeah, I think that has more
Okay, we'll see if it starts, we start seeing writing, and or they can hear us.
Yes.
Maybe Steve, if you, let's see. Okay, you can see Steve, we can't see Peg. So why don't you guys split out?
It's true.
There, Peg.
Where's that?
Move over a little.
And Eli, you're just gonna have to like scrunch down.
Slouch. Posture for you.
No, let's see.
Can we put a table?
Actually works pretty normal.
There you go. There, now you can sit up.
There we go.
No bumping your head on the top of the frame.
Is it really
See
tall?
the
We can't see
back
you.
door,
Where are we supposed to look while we're talking?
Just look at Sharon.
Yeah, just look.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Just be natural.
Yeah. Don't start Robert. Ignore the cyclops in the corner.
Ignore that big elephant over there.
Oh, and no pressure, but there's also a prize for the best presentation.
Kiss that, but-
Yep. It's yours, Peg. You're the only one who prepared.
Yeah, you've heard my presentations before.
I have.
When I've done my, in class.
Oh, yeah.
I tend to lose my words.
Lose your words.
Lose them.
Never find.
Yes, I sound best when heavily edited.
When
heavily edited.
No.
Maybe like 1%.
Okay.
copy back?
What?
Copy?
No, I didn't get any coffee.
You didn't.
So we're just all set up and there's no microphones or anything or?
This one, there was no much, they just,
And it worked?
yeah.
Okay. You got 20? No, well, let's see.
I would say she would play her. She's doing one of the time. One is the start.
You guys okay when we start?
4, 3. All right. So they're not even back yet. It's like.
They're doing this. They don't care.
Yeah.
And Sarah's in my work.
Sarah's not the right.
Sarah.
Oh, she's a member.
So she's running the big, like.
Yes, and Kate's running with them. She came and she.
So you usually wait at the.
Maybe everyone in that over to the session.
Sure. I don't know how many people are there.
We should have just posted free pina coladas. Free 4.
Let's see if they started the money there. How do we start?
Oh, yeah, a lot of them
Came out, yeah, they came out. Did you send them to us? To the,
no. But I have one still.
do you have any, Rush Church? Is it the Jewish church?
So.
They had Connie.
Oh, yeah.
She's
The last section. Did you see them? She sent us, I found the grass.
Just to make sure.
Let's hope we can grab it for the test.
Yeah, today's the first time I actually looked at the line. What is
So, should I just be off camera?
Could you sit in the middle of them? Do you mind making a chair in the middle? That we share and
Oh, we can't skip that.
Oh. Yeah.
I see Sharon.
Sure, are we gonna be here?
I would say you're probably on there. I can move the camera. Okay, that gets everybody in.
Great. Okay. So, welcome to the 2016 UMA Interdisciplinary Student Conference.
This session is titled Cuba, Culture and Change. I am Professor Sharon Sawyer. I'm Assistant Professor of Justice Studies here at UMA on the Augusta campus, and I'm moderator for this session. This session is being broadcast live via Google Hangouts 2, and I would like to welcome the presenters and the audience members who are located in Augusta, Bangor, and online. This session will be live captioned. Online audience members will find the link to the captioning services on the conference website. We will ask panelists to speak one at a time, to position yourself to speak into the camera and the microphone for distance locations, and to repeat the audience questions before answering them so they can be heard. Audience members, don't forget to sign in for a chance to win the most sessions attended. This is an award at our closing ceremony this afternoon. And please live tweet this and other sessions with the hashtag UMAINT for a chance to win the top tweeter award. Thank you. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce our panelists today. And they are Peg Grant at the end here, Eli Trask, Megan Schultz, and Steve Hedwig. All of us went to Cuba recently as part of the Cuba Culture and Change course, and they're going to talk about their experiences, their impressions, and answer your questions about Cuba. Thank you very much. Who would like to go first?
I don't mind.
Okay.
I wasn't sure what to expect when I applied to take this course. I didn't know what Cuba was like other than what I knew from news years ago. I knew we had an embargo against them. Anyhow, when I got there, I found that the people are extremely friendly and welcoming. Happy to have Americans there. Like I said, I didn't know what to expect. I just was interested to see what people were like. We all had a topic that we were working on, and I learned a lot about some of the other students' topics as well as my own during our time there. One of the things that impressed me was that the people, even though they live in poverty, they seem content. They seem happy to do the work that they need to do, and they have what they need, and I found that quite interesting. And I also especially like the fact that there was very little, if any, crime. That was nice. I'll move on to the next person.
All right. When I signed up for the course, I was in my head just thinking of getting out to travel. One of the places I'd always wanted to go was Cuba, so I saw it advertised and was just thrilled. So, but taking that even further, the big catch of the trip was I'd never flown on an airplane, and I'd never been out of the country, ever. This was my first time really traveling and getting outside Maine. I guess before I got to Cuba, my expectations were not high. I was thinking it would be a tense environment. I was thinking there'd be tension between Cuba and us being from America. But when we got to Cuba, I found everyone's extremely friendly. When they ask where you're from and you say America or the U.S., they're instantly smile. They instantly strike up a conversation with you. They ask you, how are you liking Cuba so far? And the other thing, it wasn't a tense environment at all. It's just anywhere you were in Cuba, you could just stop someone on the side of the street, have a conversation like you'd known them your whole life. And to me, that was eye-opening experience because I'd never had that level of camaraderie with anyone else. So that's what I found most interesting about Cuba.
I have been a part-time student, so I've been at this for a very long time. And so when I saw a travel course posted, I thought, what a nice break to do something different and get out away from the classroom environment. So I was really excited to take this trip. I have been out of the country, but I've never been to a communist country, and I was really nervous about that. But when we were there, it didn't seem any different. I figured there would be a big police presence, and it would be really rigid and a little scary, but it was very family-oriented there. There were police like here, but they weren't scary. So I was impressed by how friendly the people were and how much they help each other. When you would go on a tour with one of the tour drivers, they would suggest places to eat that of people they knew, and they all seemed to share the business instead of trying to compete with each other.
I did a similar class 2 years ago. We went to Cuba, and my first time there. This time around, since, first of all, it was an Easter vacation week, so the place was packed. Many more Americans. It reminded me of this vision came to me that everybody's familiar with Betty Boop cartoons. There's one where she walks into a diner, and with that music going and everything, the stools are swaying, and she's looking up at the menu and says, flapjacks, 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 flapjacks. Do you have any flapjacks? No. Well, I'll take the flapjacks. It just had this. Had continuity and sense to it, but yet there's a side of things that you went the other way, maybe just quite understand it. I agree with what everyone has said so far. The week we went, Obama was there at the beginning of the week, then the Stones gave a concert later in the week, free concert, and then we arrived. So the joint was jumping. And there's a lot more new construction going up, very, very, looks like wealthy, multi-million-dollar hotels in next to bad neighborhoods. You walk along the Malecon, the buildings across from the Malecon are pretty decrepit. And just look over to the left, and there's this enormous structure.
Okay, so how did you feel about your preparations before you went? Did you feel that you brought the right things with you? Did you feel there were other things that you should have brought and you didn't? Were you concerned about the quality of sanitation or health or anything before you went? And how did you find that changed or reinforced your opinion from before?
I overpacked 2 years ago. It's kind of a much smaller suitcase and leaving some room to bring back things. Cigars and alcohol are not allowed. You're allowed $400 worth of goods to bring back, $100 of which can be divided amongst cigars and alcohol.
I wish I had brought more toilet paper. I have to tip at the restroom to get toilet paper, and I learned how to hoard napkins at restaurants, and I'm still doing it. I didn't realize that the bathrooms were so different than what we had. I just didn't think.
For me, being the first time ever traveling out of the country, I definitely overpacked. If I went again, I'd probably have less than half of what I packed. But at the same time, in terms of like preparation and learning what I could about Cuba, I went over a few of the documents shared in class concerning Cuba and information about Cuba, but in terms of going out and researching it myself, I really wanted to wait until I actually got there so it could be a very hands-on, in-the-moment learning experience. So that's what I did.
I think the biggest thing for me is I had read something like 11 things to do in Cuba or to take or prepare. Anyway, I was expecting those dangerous mosquitoes, and so I brought all this repellent, and I didn't see hardly any mosquitoes, so that was very pleasing to me.
This is a comparison. When we went 2 years ago, we were coming back into the States through Vermont. We were all on a little bus, a university bus, and we were stopped by the Border Patrol and kept there for about 8 hours. And then as all of our stuff confiscated, vast majority of it. Someone had actually a wooden carving of a statue. And yeah, you're allowed to bring art back into it, but it was up to the border guard to decide whether or not it's art. So that's down the tubes. And this time it was, for me anyway, a snap, but there, in one instance I know there was a little problem. The goods are being returned.
Anyone else have any trouble with the border? Not at all. We did. But we were able to work through it, and we did end up bringing everything with us as we crossed. It's just a while.
Oh,
yeah. So now, one thing that I know is of a special concern this year with travel to Cuba and other tropical places is Zika. And did any of you notice any precautions that the Cubans were taking about mosquitoes or Zika control?
Yeah, while we were there, they had they would spray in the city, so
yeah.
We had to stay out of the hotel for a period of time while they sprayed, which is probably why I didn't see many mosquitoes.
Yeah, that's right. I remember guys walking around with these little machines, and that's just spotting.
I have a question. I know at one point we went to see the Museum of Revolution, which is the former presidential palace. As Americans, what was your impression of what you saw in the museum? And does that shape your view of American involvement in Cuban history or Cuban attitude toward American involvement in their history?
I thought parts of it were really interesting. I remember a mural of a bunch of people in a room and this one woman looking in, and then there's a fellow standing there. Behind him is the flag of Texas. This is, I don't know when this was painted, maybe probably century ago. And so I asked why the Texas flag, what's the derivation of it? And they didn't know, but I thought that was pretty interesting. And then in Batista's office, we were shown an assassination attempt by some students. He had built in a secret doorway, so snuck out easily. Close up.
I have a question. Earlier you mentioned about communication in the street. So earlier he mentioned about communication on the street and strike the conversation with the people. So was the majority of people speak English?
For me personally, I found quite a few people spoke enough English for me to understand.
Yeah.
Decent
I was surprised
conversation,
by how many people knew enough English to talk.
Yeah. And I think that's probably more true in Havana area than rural areas.
Yeah.
But I found gestures and still got through.
They're promising the combination of what little Spanish I knew with what little English they knew, we were able to communicate fairly well.
So do you think that's also due to the fact that they start teaching English in primary school? That people tend to know quite a bit more English than, say, we would Spanish.
They were also excited to speak English with us.
Yeah.
Because I would try to answer in Spanish to practice my Spanish, and they didn't like that.
Eli, is there anything that really impressed you in particular that just really stands out in your mind? All the things that we saw.
I just really, I know everyone I think has mentioned it. I couldn't get over how friendly they were. I mean, you gotta, it just blew me away. It was like you talk to someone there, there's no stress level at all. The entire day is sort of just relax and talk to anyone you want to, and they take such pride in their community. And when they ask you, how are you liking Cuba so far? Where are you staying? And you tell them, oh, this hotel, I think Parkview Hotel is where we were at. And you say that, and they're instantly like, oh, Parkview, and have you checked this area out? And they always had like where you could get the best goods, like cigars or something. It's just, yeah, today is a special day. Cigars are half off, but they were excited for you to be experiencing their community, their what they have to offer. I think we have that here in the States for sure, but it just for me that was pretty formative. I hadn't experienced that.
Something else struck me. The average wage is between, I think, like $15 and maybe $30 a month. When they get supplemental food and flour and sugar. I found that those really who were doing well were the artists. The doctor gets $20 a month. So it was the great spirit of creation, creating, paid off.
So do you mean that they were able to earn more because they were selling their art? Do you think that was selling it mostly to tourists, or?
Probably, because of they ain't cheap. We've got some very nice.
I think that's what stood out for me the most was the artwork everywhere. People would paint on the sides of buildings.
Oh yeah.
They're so creative. They use auto parts and make statues. It was artwork everywhere. It was amazing.
And they were able to travel. We have shows in Paris and South America.
What impressed me, kind of along the lines of what Steve said, was my topic was workforce development, including employment as part of that. And I thought it was interesting that the professionals, the doctors and the engineers, made that base salary, and whereas here in the United States, that's a status symbol if you're a doctor or something professional like that. Yet they would be, because the service industry is where the money is, the tipping and so forth, they would take second jobs, driving taxis and so forth. So they weren't hung up on titles. They pursued things like being a doctor and things like that because they want to serve not so much for the money like in other places.
And along those lines, how do you think the philosophy of free education from primary school through doctoral studies influences their culture and their society versus how our system is set up, where it's private and we pay for it, at least at higher ed?
In my research for my topic, it stated that Cubans are the the most highly educated employees, have the most highly educated employees, basically, I believe it was worldwide, or no, in this hemisphere. Any other thoughts on that?
When we were, our guide mentioned something that when Castro Fidel came into power, he wanted very much to put emphasis on education. And one of the things he did was supply eyeglasses to everyone who needed them so that they could read. Because many of these people in rural areas, and they didn't have electricity, so they work all day, they come home, it's dark, and they read. And then he instituted a distribution of little lanterns that have red tops on them. And people could read at night. Pretty big deal.
And what did you notice about how friends and family interact with each other and the use of technology? How does it differ from here?
Yeah, as everybody was saying, it's so obvious. Thinking over it. Just friends and family, they're just so close, so warm. The other part of the question was technology.
Use of technology.
Well, it's more so than when I was there 2 years ago, but it's still, well, according to our standards, it's lagging behind.
I found that I was kind of watching to that because we had to spend a whole week without any internet, which is unusual for Americans. But I noticed that they did have some technology. I see kids on the street with their phones and typical, standing there texting like any other American teenager. So they did have some.
Yep.
They have Wi-Fi hotspots, and they could buy a Wi-Fi card for an hour's use. And so you can see all these people in these public areas, their little screens. And so they have technology, just not ours.
Now I'm going to ask a question of Eli. I think your topic was car culture.
Youth.
Oh, youth.
Yeah.
Okay. So, how did you perceive Cuban youth versus what you're used to seeing at home?
In Cuba, I think community and family, like you just mentioned, is more face-to-face interaction than here in the U.S. Because here we have like online communities, and if you mentioned that idea to them, I think it would seem just very out of the ordinary. They're very much based on being able to have a conversation, and everyone knows each other. It is like one big family in Havana. I got up early one morning and went out, and there's a man who was willing to give me a tour throughout Cuba for, I think I paid $5 basically. And he showed me around, and he took me from one end of Havana to the other, and everywhere we stopped, he knew someone. And they knew him by name, and I just thought that was amazing. In terms of youth, much more active than the U.S. because they're not. You do see some phones, and or they'll be listening to music, but they're walking the street with that, or they're dancing to it, or they're playing sports in the street because that's what they do with their free time. And here, you could have a room full of friends, but they're all on their phones, and there's no actual interaction. So that's what I noticed.
I'm going to ask the audience members here, most of whom also went to Cuba, if you have anything to add to this or any impressions about what anyone said.
I think the biggest, like they were saying, technology, when you're kind of like standing around and looking at people, they're not looking down on their phones. Everyone is looking up and interacting with each other. And, I mean, I haven't personally seen that since I was a little kid, or everyone has cell phones. That was really amazing.
And I guess my biggest impression, there's several, but the art being absolutely everywhere. And it's like there's always this platform to create like it's a culture, creative culture. Like many other cities, everyone walks for the most part, but it just seemed a little more so in Havana. It seemed like that there wasn't as much access to cars as maybe in other cities. And so it really strictly was a lot of walking and getting out to kind of like quote unquote the suburbs of on the outskirts of Havana's people walk. That in Tarpey.
Susan?
And there was music everywhere. Everywhere.
We have small bands everywhere we went.
It's a very vibrant arts culture and unexpected.
It was really inspiring.
I was impressed by that as well. It's amazing when people are living on a salary that's so small, how creative they can be with the things that they have.
That too, and I feel like we are so insulated by all of our consumerism that you strip that away and there's just more clarity to be in touch with that creative. It's more natural.
Well, I guess we can't ask any questions from Bangor. Doesn't look like there's anybody there. But anyone can see this on delayed viewing, of course. So did you want to say something, Steve?
Yeah, something about the cars, the American cars, the whole. In the late 40s through the 50s, the American Mafia found this to be a great place to make some money. And so they built some rather large hotels and night spots. And at that time, many of these cars were imported, Florida mostly. And they came to a family and were passed down. And since parts are very, they exist at all. So people become very resourceful about forming a carburetor. And sort of a fascinating thing to see that relationship to American society.
Yeah. I have a quick question. Earlier you mentioned about very little crime rate, and like this stranger, you went with him to tour the city from one end to another. For some other country that is unthinkable.
Yes.
Yes. So, have you thought of you might jeopardize your safety for doing it at the time?
Not really. I mean, I was just enjoying the experience, and I'm also, pretty big guy. I mean, I'm towering above everyone in Cuba, so I wasn't too worried. There are some people, like anywhere you go, there's going to be certain people who want to get money from you or this or that, but this guy was giving accurate information, and he was showing interesting parts of Havana that Tor hadn't touched on. So it wasn't a scam. It was it's very trustworthy. So.
That seems like your story also kind of maybe explains some of the low crime rates, and that everywhere in the city you went, knew people, and was part of a community that spread throughout the city. And I think we found most cities' crime often takes place because we don't have a sense of community, or don't know the person across the street, never mind in another block.
Anyone else have any thoughts about that, about why crime rate may be so low?
We do have harsh punishments for crime. But I don't think that's the only reason. I think it's because it's so much family. You know, I've lived in areas where there's a lot of family and there isn't much crime there. People look out for each other. And think also they don't have a lot, so they make the most of what they do have.
My impression was that they tend to share a lot.
They do.
And, you know, and oftentimes the people who have the least share the most.
I also think they do care about their reputation, and half the people I met on the street said, you know, you hear about crime in Cuba, there's no crime, and I mean, obviously there's some, but they do take pride in having Cuba be an inviting environment for tourists and Cubans alike.
So I guess one final question. Would you go back?
Yes.
Instantly. Right now.
Also, with no drugs, no guns.
Yeah.
That's right.
Well, it's fascinating too. I'm not sure if everyone noticed. When you turn on the news here, our news is about crime, about things. You know, any rhetoric is about crime, about things that are negative. And I was wondering if you guys noticed the news. Their news is very different. It's not about racial issues or about things that are far more problematic. They're really talking about what's going on in their community. And I think that's a very different head. You know, we're conditioned in our culture with the nightly news. We want to hear about the murder, about the drugs, about the overdose, about the shortcomings of the world. Versus their news is completely different. They're kind of talking about, and I was just wondering if you guys noticed that.
I think we were kept busy enough. I don't think I hardly had the TV on at all.
Or did you? Yeah, I just wondering how you kind of noticed.
I watched a little bit of the news in the hotel room. Where was it? It was a Chinese sort of CNN type thing, and there was a woman host who spoke good English, and she was interviewing Senator Bill Cohen. He used to be the Secretary of Defense from Bangalore, someplace. It's pretty interesting. What brought that about? We're talking about some treaty, I think. I didn't expect to see that.
So inclusive or connecting versus divisive, I think that's the gist of what in the papers and things. I wasn't really exposed to anything.
We were so busy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I tend to agree with Robert that well, I mean, Cuban television is state controlled. The main news in Canada is state controlled. So you tend to have a lot more good news stories. But it's good because in a sense, it builds trust among people. It builds a sense of community. People aren't afraid of each other. There may be crime, or but some places, for example, in the United States, people will say, "Oh, well, that place is terrible. There's terrible crime there all the time." But then if you ask the people who actually live there, they'll say, "No, it's not like that at all. All you hear is the bad news." right? So much of what we understand as our personal environment and what things are really like are are really fed to us by the media, and we make our judgments based on that rather than our own perceptions.
And even with communities, like say in queer culture. In queer culture, in Western philosophy here, we are trained in turning on the news. Being queer is difficult. So think about that, being a segment of that population that you're being fed, that be afraid people are against you. Versus there, it really is a little bit more of an inclusive environment. There's still problems, but I think that, we went to Citizens, which dealt with issues of women's issues. Yeah. We do know there are problems with and they were actually more honest about a patriarchal society. And we, as Americans, we don't talk about it. And even yesterday, we have a presidential candidate who is saying things about she's going to win because she's a woman. And that's a patriarchal society. To not look at the individual.
We did see some prostitution down there. Very nice.
I got hit up 3 times.
Well, that's terrible.
I had a quest to find coffee beans that took me all over the place. And once you get out of the old beds, go down to this far ends, they see you're a tourist and they walk right up.
We live in a state that's based in tourism.
Yeah.
What differences did you see with, what could you bring back? We were all in tourist environments. Like, what do you see that would benefit, like you're in Bar Harbor?
I think they're a lot more friendly. I've been to places, because I live there, I go places that we're kind of rude sometimes. I know why, because I've also worked in those places. People are rude to us. But they are a lot more, they share more information. Oh, you should go here. They have a lot more pride in their area than I live around, I live near Acadia Park. I work there. I like to go hiking. It's beautiful. So I think we should share more of that.
Or civic pride.
Yeah.
Okay, so any last thoughts or remarks on interdisciplinarity and how it affected how going to Cuba affected your view of the world and your ability to pull in information from a lot of different sources?
I got just one point to Robert's, the name of the census.
Census.
Okay, that is overseen by Raul Castro's daughter. So much more of an acceptance.
Beginnings, probably.
Yeah.
Okay, so thoughts on interdisciplinarity in our trip to Cuba? Did it expand your view of the world?
Yeah. I am.
Of course.
As I said before, I didn't know what to expect, but the term a communist country, it was what I always thought of with Cuba. But doing research when I got back for my topics and understanding the goals of the socialist government that Castro intended and the things they've done since the early 90s, I was impressed. And even though they're a land where the people have a lot of poverty, they have what they need for the most part. And those that, like people who beg or so forth, they don't really have a need to because the government really does provide. And I found that quite interesting.
Well, thank you all very much. I really appreciate you all coming out. I didn't expect this kind of turnout, so I'm really happy that everyone was able to come.
Thank you for doing it.
Yeah. Well, my pleasure. I was happy to be asked. And so I guess we should probably wrap it up. I know there's the closing reception in about 15 minutes, so if you'd like to stick around for that, there will be some closing remarks and things to eat, I understand, so, I welcome you to that. All right, well, thank you so much. Thank you, Bangor.
Thanks, you guys. I was only here for a minute, but it looks like you have a really good crowd there, so I'm really happy to say that. We've got a pretty good crowd over in our one room that's going, but I wish I could have seen all of your, or heard all of your talk. It sounds like you guys have some really great stuff going on, so thanks so much for joining the conference.
Great, thank you, Sarah.
This Bangor is Sarah Hinges, who,
Sarah Hinges is in our English department. She does gender studies, American studies. Yes. And she's head of the honors program and is running this with SGX and
Thanks everyone for
Thank
coming
you.
upstairs. I appreciate everyone's quick, short notice.
I wore my today.
You all get an interdisciplinarity.
Oh, that's fun.
Sharon, can anyone walk in? My mom.
Yeah.
Where's the food?
That's over in the fireplace lounge.
Mojitos there?
No mojitos, unfortunately.
I'm on your phone. I got my heels on, so I can water bottle.
I'm not going to touch any of the tech. Don't do that. Close up.
I can't use this water bottle.
Okay. Copying.